they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high, they not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We are there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm things finest. Tell them get behind us. No backwards round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We are there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the temporal sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Erangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road. They can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. that adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's Play System and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
plot thickens as we are now closer to knowing who might be challenging YG, our day one dominator. Welcome to day number 2 of the grand finals for the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we are your casters. For today, I plays together with the one and only Sir Cloud. Sir Cloud, how excited are you for today's matches?
Oh, I'm absolutely excited, especially that I'm together with the one and only Aya Blaze. And of course, both of us have a Techno together with us this season. And Techno stops at nothing in delivering the best of performance for all us hardcore gamers out there. Thank you so much to Techno for being part of PMCL this season and hopefully more seasons to come. Now you might notice, why are we starting the show too early today or earlier than usual today? Well, it's because we have a show match for you this time.
Well, we are gonna have a show match in the map of Rondo, the very new and exciting map here in PUBG Mobile. So we are really excited for that one. But of course, I hope that you guys also checked out already the new theme mode, which is the Golden Dynasty. And we, of course, have seen this on March 7th. It had been more than 2 weeks now. So now we have one more, and that will be what is right here on your screen, the time of the golden moon. So don't forget to claim the Camel Superfan set for free, and also the Desert Boat Camel skin will soon join the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds. Of course, one more surprise for all of us is Alan Walker is back, our familiar friend who gives us those amazing music that we hear in game. And the track 1 is Faded, and for track number 2, if you are sticking around, I am sure that you already know this one.
Well, and you probably know the teams by now, but if you don't, these are the teams that are participating in the grand final. So we have a lot of this big, amazing teams here that you can see on screen. So you definitely get to watch all of them throughout the entire day. And the current standing so far, Yangon Galacticos is running away with it. 42 points on top.
On top is still Yangon Galacticos, already reaching that 100-point mark, and that leaves so much of PBMS quite behind with 42 points in between them. But for the rest of the teams just below PBMS, that's just a few points in between them. So that only means that indeed the plot will thicken, as all of these teams would probably want to get even further in this grand finals.
Oh yeah, they have a very comfortable cushion at the top. Probably like 2 or 3 games type of comfort. But because we still have a lot more games to go, including today and tomorrow, a total of 12 games. So things might just change. So we got to keep an eye on what's going to happen throughout the entire day. And just to recap a little bit of what happened in day number 1, Yangon Galacticos, no surprise, based on the points, they are on top for a reason.
They are on top for a reason, and I just really commend them for being very, very consistent throughout all the matches. They were not able to go home with 0 points. They make sure that after each and every map, they at least have several points, and if not, those chicken dinners that they had for yesterday.
Yeah, and they even scored a double chicken dinner yesterday as well. So it just shows the power that they have. And even in those rounds, like what you said, right, they don't score the chicken dinner, but they're still able to be consistent enough. Probably only one round that they kind of dropped, but by that time it doesn't really matter because of the gap that they had. And even when they dropped, they were still able to collect a few points alongside with it. So they did not have a 0-point round at all. All of their rounds were amazing.
Amazing indeed. So for YG, and of course all of those contenders who would want to take that spot away from Yangon Galacticos, that would definitely be so difficult, given that for yesterday's matches they were just really on fire, and it needs that extra push, it needs that extra hard work for the teams to even be a bit nearer to how YG performed for yesterday.
But before we go on to the serious business, we'll be playing a show match in the map of Rondo. Now, if you have not tried Rondo, you're missing out. It is an amazing map. I love it so much. It is as big as Miramar, but it has a lot more land to play with. So technically, it is the biggest map in the entire PUBG Mobile series, and I do hope that we get to see Rondo more in the PUBG Mobile Esports series in the future.
That is exactly what we also talked about, because a lot of people were asking Will Rondo be included in the roster for the esports scene? Probably yes, and that would be a quite a good addition if ever, because it is really really interesting. We have those different terrains, the destructible terrains that really adds up the thrill that the players would experience. So now we are seeing Rondo amidst the esports maps that we are seeing for today. This would sort of give us a glimpse of how it would be when it is already part of the esports roster.
Oh yeah, so these teams are being given exposure, and it's not like okay, you play classic kind of exposure. It's the exposure
Mhm.
of playing competitively, dropping 16 teams, and obviously these teams they are the pro teams, right? And having a
Yeah.
feel of like how this map will be played if it's put in a competitive setting. I really love Rondo. Besides it being a large map, there are also a lot of new features in Rondo as well. But we don't know if some of those features will be ported over to the esports scene if it does get into the esports scene. But as it's being played now in the classic map, new weapons and new vehicles, and even with the Golden Dynasty inclusion within it, you also have the reversal blade and all those funky new features as well inside of Rondo.
Exciting, exciting times ahead here in the map of Rondo. What is actually your favorite thing about the new map of Rondo?
Oh, I love the drop spots. Normally, you see like teams or players hide behind trees, right? But in
Mm-hmm.
bamboo, you're able to nade down those bamboo trees. So you nade
Yep.
down those bamboo trees, they fall, your opponent gets exposed. Of course, the same can happen to you as well. So I find that feature kind of unique.
Mm-hmm. Kind of unique as well, and the architecture I really appreciate those most, especially the Japanese, the modern Japanese looking ones. It really is very refreshing to the eyes, and it adds up to the um aesthetics of the map of Rondo. So at the same time that you are playing, your eyes are also filled with wonder. So Rondo is definitely a map that you guys should check out if you haven't yet. And one of the things that I also want about this feature, or rather with this map, is the new JS9 gun. So it is really enjoyable to use. I hope that we are going to be able to see that later on as well in this show match.
Oh yeah, JS9 is so good. It's so stable. The recoil is minimal. You can
Mm-hmm.
use it for short range. You can use it for medium range, and to a certain extent, long range as well. I really love the new
Yep.
weapon. It's really OP. It's not a shotgun. Of course, it's a rifle. But then again, it could. Okay, if it's ported over to the esports mode or the esports scene, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes over the M4.
Ooh. That is an interesting take. So might be we will see sooner or later if ever that we are gonna see Rondo not in just a show match but in the esports tournament proper. So really again I commend PUBG Mobile for adding this map so that we have a bit of that chill and we have a bit of rest from the usual Erangel, the usual Miramar, and the usual Sanhok map inside of the game, most especially for classic users. I have seen those TikTok streams in the Philippines and other regions as well, playing the map of Rondo. They also enjoy it pretty much.
Oh yeah, and there are also like um, a lot of unique things that you can
Mm-hmm.
race with your other friends, and while you race,
Yep.
you can also shoot down your other friend's vehicle, so it becomes like a
Yeah.
death match test track sort of thingy. So there are a lot of this fun side things that you can do in the map of Rondo.
Oh, I'm really a fan of racetracks. I'm really a fan of racing in general. So it's really a fun thing to do with your friends. And yeah, we will try that the next time. Maybe in a show match, who knows? We will see that again. But I'm not quite sure if we were actually not informed if the show match is going to be played by the same players in PMCL, or will we be joined by other teams?
Oh, or will we be joined by players who we have not seen for a long time? Yeah, maybe players
Mm-hmm.
like Few suddenly showing up, right? Or Fourth Row
Yeah.
showing up, like all these OG players just to play the show match and let us relieve the best moments from the yesterdays where they were actively playing. It will sound pretty
Mm-hmm.
nice as well.
Oh, we are now going to start this show match in a bit. 54 seconds on our clock, and we have, of course, a lot of places to drop to, here in the map of Rondo, it is really a maximized 8 by 8 kilometer map. So that means that you really have a lot of places to take, a lot of places to move around. So that also means that it's not going to be so easy to see your opponents right away, unless, of course, you are going to have that same dropping point. So I am just really, thrilled to start this already. But with just a few more seconds, we are now going to see how else this would turn out.
Oh yeah, and there could be 2 flight paths as well. Well, again, in the esports mode, I don't know whether that will show up or not. We don't have enough esports games yet. But in the classic mode, there are 2 flight paths inside of Rondo, so the spread will be even wider. But without further ado, if it's your first time, check out Rondo.
Ooh, we are now almost entering Rondo. We are just waiting for probably a bit more time for us to start in this map. And yes, we are already here, starting from this scene. Actually, this is a very nice. It's sort of an animation in transitioning onto that real life plane path or plane in general, so that just Rondo is chef's kiss. Now let's see who will be kissed by the bullets or who will get those first few moments.
Yeah, that opening is pretty sweet, right? It's part of the Golden Dynasty update as well for PUBG Mobile. They've been doing a lot of great work. And looking at the flight path, looks like we're going to start from the area long haul all the way up to Hime Town. So it's going to be a straight flight path up, and there are a lot of spots that the players can go for. And since looks like the players are going to play the Golden Dynasty mode, and everyone seems to drop on this Aerial Palace.
Oh, now they are dropping here. Probably that was the moment that they were instructed to do so. Look at that, Sinwako already confirmed right there. And on to other side, there are a lot of things happening in Skynet here with this M416 that's just shut down that player right in front of him. It is quite of a chaos right now, Circle Out.
Yeah, and of course, if you drop here and you fight, and if you got eliminated, you will be respawned back again into the flight path, and then you can drop, well, pretty much anywhere across the map of Rondo. So everyone starts here, have a little bit of warm up, and we can see it's rather chaotic because they know that anyway they can respawn. So no harm in actually, like, even if you just simply take fights and you lose it.
Yes, it's either they lose it right there, but looking at Sin right here, he already has 1 elimination, make that 2 for him alone. Before Ryder, oh, he threw that molly onto Sin. Cool, he needs to cool down, but I believe that is not an elimination as he is still surviving.
Yeah, and cool with the nade. Okay, could probably land that one, but it's still very chaotic. Look at APG, they have managed to collect 7 elimination points, but the remaining players still is 64. It's because they can respawn back again in case they got eliminated in this area. Anyway, looking at APG right now, they're having a good warm-up, and this is basically a good warm-up run for all these teams.
Yep, definitely. And with 1 player being eliminated, oh, make that 2 right there. So then probably they used their second life already. And looking at APG top, they're still trying their best. I believe this show match alone is quite a good warm up for all of those teams before we enter the match proper. But I just hope that they wouldn't be tired by the time that we start the matches.
Yeah. Well, they're having fun, so I guess it's, even though if like they jump straight into the game, prior to that they would play still their team death matches, the TDMs, just warm up, or maybe a classic or 2 here and there. So we can consider this as a good warm up for all our players. And so far, speaking about our players, APG still a full team. They're doing really well in navigating around this area of the map.
They're doing very well here. I just hope that they do better in the match proper, as we haven't felt yet the presence or the full potential of APG yesterday, that they were actually overtaken by YG and several teams even further as we reached that final match for yesterday. So for now, for day number 2, I hope that they have different plans and different approaches onto how to play those games. But for this Rondo show match, they already have 8 eliminations and they probably want even more.
Yeah, and looking at the mini-map, it seems to be APG is kind of dominating in this map. Like there are like 2 other teams left that APG just needs to eliminate, and they will be the king of this area. and make that two more. Yep, on the other side. So we have Team Max and also Harami Bros. Now down on the ground, here we have Easy, a player from Team Max. He is surrounded by other teams. Now Team Max against APG. Let's go for it.
Let's go and how they will battle this one because we only have three teams remaining in this event area. That would be APG, Team Max, and Hermit Bro right here, and the rest are already battling at a different area and probably on the main islands of our Rondo map. And APG's kind of, ooh, he will be meeting with Bro Nathan right here. Ooh, and that will be a knockdown onto him. And of course, that is going to be an instant confirmation. Now giving APG with 10 eliminations.
Skynet has been playing a lot of this area of the map. He knows that angle and how to hold it and how to use the TPP to his advantage. And what Fern is holding, it is the reversal blade. Same goes for range. He's holding one as well.
Ooh.
So the reversal blade, it is a weapon. It can be used as a weapon, which is like a knife. But the unique features of the reversal blade is that you're able to reverse time. And how it is used is that if you see a loot area or a particular box on the map that has been looted, you can use it to reset it back and you can re-loot it. Now, it can be also applied if you would want to loot that particular box and then you use the reversal blade to reverse back the time. And that means that you can basically loot twice in the same box.
Exactly. But for me, it doesn't have much use to me because I don't use it that well. And I just, even further damage myself and put myself in front of the opponents. But look at that. As Jappy used that reversal blade right there, he was able to knock down APG Skynin. And now spotting onto Fern G. Let's see what else he could do because he also received a lot of damage from that peak from Fern.
Here comes the jump shot onto Jappy. Jappy goes down. Army Bros, only two active players left. APG is still dominating this round, but APG, can they finish this up? It's only Harami Bro left, and it's only range left to be exact. Pretty low. One comes in.
Oh, no.
Straightforward knock. Straightforward elimination.
Straightforward elimination right here, and APG now has that area all for themselves as Bro, together with the rest of the other teams, are now dropping to a certain spot in time. To Click Liquid is actually right in front of them, together with Gus. Will they go and take that challenge, or will they just go away? But the answer is no. Two knockdowns on the Time to Quick, and that is actually one counterattack onto the Bros. But not that this battle is not yet over because we have one more who would want to take revenge for his teammates.
Yeah, Nathan is actually using the JS9, a weapon that we spoke highly of, and he used it very well to collect 3 elimination points for himself. And there you go. He won that fight.
Look at this.
And the one that won among everyone else is APG. Flexing their win.
Flexing their win together with all of those reacts right here and all of those emotes. They're just, taking their sweet time, celebrating their win inside of the battle by eliminating the rest who challenged them in that event area. Meanwhile, for Bro Nathan, he just went through that river, but bullets are actually on the verge of damaging him because Sin Esports are already right here.
Yeah, and Sin here. Looks like they are more than just Sin though. If you look at the map, there's like at least 3 other teams around this area. And I also want to point out that this is another new vehicle inside of Rondo that's called Plug. So Plug operates on EV. It does not require fuel, but the way it refuels itself is when it breaks. So that's how science stuff like kinetic energy, it charges the battery and they can continue to use it.
Yep. It is really, interesting because EVs are now the trend, not only, of course, inside of the games, but in general. And that is really what is exciting as PUBG Mobile also lines up with the trends that are available, of course, anywhere. So that EV is really, really a good addition. Together with the Pico bus, that is also one of my favorite things here in Rondo. But looking at this, BG is actually in battle with our Fearless, but BG Liliatka is the only one alive in that spot. And Ryder here will be spotted by Fearless Pozo.
Yeah, and Pozo with the AUG A3 eliminates Ryder from Goat Esports. Now looking for maybe Mr. Maybe 007. I wonder how long more he can remain as a spy because right now they're on to him. Goodfellas is in the area as well.
They are in the area, and a lot of teams. I just still can get over with what happened yesterday as we ended those matches with GFS and Harame, bro. That was really the kind of moments that, of course, we want to see inside of the game. So I'm hoping that later on, as we go on our match proper, is that we are going to see more of those and probably even more highlights that we haven't seen yet from yesterday.
Oh yeah, looking forward to that, definitely. As Popov is looking forward to eliminate Goodfellas. Nice shot by him.
Ooh.
Also using the JS9, a very good weapon. We can see how good it is, right? Not only from
Yep.
us theorizing it, but when the players, they had the chance, they would use the JS9. And Popov is just showing how low of a recall the JS9 is.
Definitely. And for someone who can't control a recoil, just like myself, this is one of the best guns that you can have and you can get your hands on inside of PUBG Mobile, of course, here in the Rondo map. And GFS newbies here still heavily damaged, but trying to heal himself up. But we actually have here Fearless Pozo preparing that nade onto him. And if that lands perfectly, he would be knocked down in no time. That was just a bit far from where GFS newbies is at right now, so he is still quite safe.
Yeah, newbies could still get away, so he'll be fine for now. But for Fearless Esports, they have the numbers. They have 3 players, so they do have the confidence. They can chase them down, and it's a matter of like, well, whether they'll be able to hunt their opponent GFS. All that we shift forward to 214. Looks like Nang X is close by, and the rest of APG around the area as well. Nang X opens up by eliminating Emas.
Ooh, he goes on to eliminating Emma's right here. And he already went out of the lobby, probably to prepare for later's battles. But looking at the Molly coming from APG Nang X that actually damaged 3 in the process. And with those additional bullets, he almost got knocked out. But there's a rock formation in front of him to cover himself up. But that is Nang X already charging and already killing 3 in the process. Nang X, although received a lot of damage from Mitchie, he is still alive as well.
And he does have that one first aid to heal up, and he's doing exactly that within the smoke now. While we look at the next phase of the circle. Okay, so if you notice that there is this glittery circle just outside of test track, so
Yep.
that is the EMP
EMP
area.
zone.
So what happens in the EMP area is that, well, there are a few things that happen, but one of the significant ones is that if you use a EV vehicle and you drive there, your vehicle will automatically be disabled.
Yep, and now we also have your APG Nayax disabled by 214 Yumi Boy. That is also Skynin following the footsteps of Nangax right there. So 2 knockdowns onto the side of APG. I believe there is one more who's alive that is top quite far, and at the same time, Fern also on the other side of the area. So APG top actually would want to have a better angle on 214, but 214 is quite having those covers, and let's see if actually top would be able to see them right there.
Now he does, and he
Ooh.
takes a shot. Of course, that will expose his position, and he's running low on bullets though with his AUG A3. Only maybe one more reload, and that's about it. But even that is not going to be much. So 214, obviously they're not aware, but if they do know that, they will know that, oh, top out of bullets, he can't do much against them.
Yep, he can't do much, but looking at there, Nangax also got respawned, and he would want to take revenge towards 214 Yumi Boy as he tries to heal up. They only have 2 players left, so it's not going to be fair of fight later on. Oh, and look at this. Fernji also spotted Mitchie right there, leaving only Yumi Boy. And this is not going to be an easy battle because this will be a 1v3 and 3 players who are already fiery right here. Ooh, and he also already took down the rest of 214.
And now we move over to Gold Esports versus Sin. And looks like they're still trying to find each other. Look at how big this area is, right? That is so difficult for you to locate your opponent. So you have to be really smart in navigating around. Another team seems to have been eliminated by NX this time.
Looking at NX, they both have those healing moments to revive their teammates, but we have here that Nate coming in from Max at Steve almost knocked down everyone else in Nex's Vanguards as he tries to snipe them out. But there's also one more team joining, which is Kill Enemy right there, just driving by and passing by that spot. But they said, oops, nope, We are not going to join that battle anymore. We don't want to be the third party of the engagement.
Yeah, they're gonna chill for now, right? Waiting
Ooh,
for
but they
the dust
actually
to settle a
joined.
bit. As for Team Max, okay, one player's down, or one more is on the other side, and next just wants to go and finish up the job, so they're charging in forward towards Atiev. Atiev alone, 1v2, 1v3. The cavalry arrives with support behind.
Oh
Atiev in
no!
trouble, and there goes Atiev.
There goes the team going out of the match. And looking at next Vanguards here, they have 13 eliminations already. They probably got a lot of those battles earlier on that we were not able to see. But for Kill Enemy, I thought they were not going to join that battle, but they did. Just quite a bit, but now that they would want to move around the map, let's see where else they would be going. But in what we are seeing on the screen, this is an esports, and GOAT still battling with each other in the factory, and they need to get inside as soon as possible because that move from the circle is going to be quite far from where they are at right now.
Wow, hardship circle towards the left. Anyway, right now, Cool tanking the blue while going in for it. And he took a while there with that climb, but the advantage was not taken. Probably because he had enough support anyway, so he could just rush in. Now it's a matter of getting into circle for them. As for KE, they seem to be pretty okay on top of this hill, and they will all reset back as a trio.
Now with that trio, I think they could still do it. We're not yet sure, but I want to know if this show match does have a prize for the players, or is it just really for fun? Because this requires a bit of effort as well. You could also just throw it if you want to, but probably they're taking it indeed as a practice for later on. But again, this is just, of course, a really fun match because this is Rondo. You have a lot of different terrains than the usual, so this is indeed a breather for them. And looking at PBMS here, riding their Camel. I really enjoy riding this Camel as well, but they are actually approaching Kill Enemy, but they are now taking a different route, so let's see how else that will happen.
Oh yeah, what's good about the camel is that it is an animal, well, obviously, so it
Yes.
can kind of think. So if it's about to like bump into a tree, it will like just circle around it or just move around it. That's one. And if there's like a wall, like a small wall,
Yep.
in front, it will like automatically
Can
jump over the
jump.
wall. So that's what's nice about this camel. And you can actually summon it using a bell. And look at the jump. Look at the jump. Yeah, that's an example of what the camel can do.
That is definitely a smart Camel right here that you can definitely utilize inside of the Rondo map. Don't forget to try this out when you play in this map. But of course, battles are still on, and that would be PBMS Pretzel being taken down by our Kill Enemy right here, who's just a few hundred meters away from their spot. But we have here Scatty spotting as well. KE Devon, so two are now down for the PBEMSI, and make that three as APG join the battles from behind.
Yeah, and here is KE with only two players left. Quite a distance between them and the other opponents, but that's fine. They're within the circle, so that's okay. If they can take those long-range shots, long-range knocks, they'll be fine. But APG, they're not fine with that. They want to go in for it. They want action. Nang X comes in with long range, putting a lot of damage onto PBMS, but he knows he's outnumbered because he's alone here. His other teammates are spread out on the other side. So he has to be extra careful and wait for them to come in before he can rush him himself.
Ooh.
But before that, he gets a knock on the pretzel.
They definitely want more eliminations. Look at that, 18, and they still want to gain even more. So farming those eliminations is what they want to do here in this battle. Make that 20 for APG, and as Nang X here single-handedly wants to battle out with the rest of our PBMS. Let's see how that would happen. Actually, as Nang X is definitely right in front of these three players. Oh, knocking down one. That will be MM being shotgun. And let's see if anyone else would want to challenge Nang X right there. But Pretzel from behind would also be knocked down.
Oh yeah, with this Molly, he could be knocked down as well, but it's actually Nang X knocked first. All right, now it's go time for the rest of APG to save their teammate. Miner is still in the game with 70% of health, and Top is trying to get him, but it's just too far away. Looks like they will reposition themselves. Are they going to go straight in? They should if they want to save Nang X.
They should, but I don't think that's going to be so easy as BBMS Miner is also guarding the surroundings. And from behind, that would be KE Luki's trying to prepare that frag grenade onto APG, but he actually canceled. Will he go for that push instead, or will he just wait for movement coming in from top? Oh, but this is going to be the other way around. I believe top would now want to challenge KE right there, but with the cancel as well, because Miner is also throwing those bullets onto his way. So a lot of things are happening for top. I'm not just quite sure what would be his priority right now.
Yeah, he has to deal with Lukis first before he's able to move forward. But Lukis with the nade
Ooh.
on the top. That is a beautiful nade executed. Anyway, Nangx saved, and now he'll be back on. They're going in for Miner, who's all alone in this house. DC Miner, straightforward knock, straightforward elimination.
Straightforward elimination, and that really will add up one more to the 22 already of APG earlier, making it 23 right here. Meanwhile, for KE Lukis, he is still up and alive, and he was able to take top earlier. Will he go for the push onto APG? That is what we are questioning right now, because that is also one of the best chances for him to do, as they're trying to go for that revive. But once they go for that reset, it's not going to be as easy as it is right now.
But not easy for Shalom because he just got knocked. And looks like there's a push here by Sin. FV will lead the charge. Is FV alone, I wonder? Because right now we do see only him. We don't see the rest of FV, of Sin. But Burmese goals, though Shalom is down, there are 3 active players. And they definitely have the numbers against FV.
They do definitely have that numbers against FV right here, but they're going for that revive. So I think FV could disrupt their revive right there, but it's of course going to be difficult as Master AG is right above him. So all he needs to do is just wait for that push and hope for the best that he could gun them down one by one. Though Master Itchy also received a bit of that damage coming in from Nexus Vanguards, who would actually join their area later on. Sin FV not moving an inch, not even breathing, because he knows that Little Long just right in front of him and goes for that shot, but unfortunately that would not connect.
And here comes the Yakai jumping in, and it's going to be a 2v1. Burmese goals remain as a complete team. Time to get into the circle. But what I noticed that speaking about the circle, Harami Bros, they're playing this really seriously. They're avoiding all these unnecessary fights. They're waiting on the left side of the circle, and they're well spread out across the map as well. So they really want to be the champion of this show match.
And I hope that if ever that happens, that could also translate into better performances later on throughout our 6 matches in the grand finals day number 2. But looking at NX, they also would want to do the same with the 16 eliminations already, and this will be Furng right in front. That will be the last guy, so APG will now be out.
But as much as you hope for that, there's always this talk around the community that there's this show match curse. If you win the show match, you probably don't win much in the actual game. So I don't know about that.
We don't know about that indeed, but let's see that later on. It's just nice to see those name tags on the minimap. All of them has that color pink, just in different hues, just in different. We have a darker one for NX, we have a lighter one for VG, and for the bros, that is also a darker one as well. So it might be a confusing battle later on if they are just, confined in a very, very small circle. But with these 3 teams waiting for the movement of the circle, they need to get inside, just like what NX is doing right here. But VG is trying their best to actually gatekeep Nexus Vanguards.
Yeah, and here comes Yatka trying to block them all out, spraying across. But again, NX, they are taking the safer route to get into the circle, not taking the frontal approach against their opponents, which is fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a survival game. But by doing so, looks like they will bump into Harami Bros.
Oh no, bros are already right here with Nexus Vanguards. Godspeed with that frag grenade in hand. Oh, this is actually maybe Naughty being taken down by Nathan right there. And that would be also Nathan being knocked down from behind, which is done by Zai and Lil Shalom. Lil Yatka is not still joining that engagement, but Nathan, we have her NX Godspeed, very eager to take down and secure that elimination onto Nathan. But as he crawls to his teammate, probably he can still have that chance to be revived later on. But again, with the spread that you have said earlier, now they are taking advantage of the next safe zone.
Yeah, They do have the circle advantage, like what you mentioned, and it's all
Oh
theirs
no.
right now. So it's really looking good for Harami Bros. I mean, with the circle and all that, but ideally for them to maintain all four of their players together. Now they're quite spread out. Jappy will play the support role while Jipna is currently down. Godspeed will be knocked down by Ichi. No follow-up yet. Waiting for that to happen. And that will be it. Godspeed will be out.
Godspeed now out of the engagement, leaving only Zai here, being alone in the match as he slowly and silently wants to creep his way inside of the circle. He is seeing Lil Yatka right here, and he just went through, and those bullets would not actually damage Yatka so much to the point that he will be knocked down. So now that he revealed himself and that he revealed his positioning, he needs now to go for that reposition right away.
And NX, they still need to come into the circle. The zone will close in about 25 more seconds. Here comes Burmese, goes onto Harame Pro. Within the circle itself, a 3 players pincer attack onto the 2 players of Harame Bros. Only the smoke will blinding them for now, buying a little bit of time for Harame Bros to pick up their teammate and to retreat back to the others.
Exactly, and as Bros are now a full squad strong again, I think they have a better chance of winning this one instead of our BG. But again, we have proved yesterday that numbers don't guarantee that win inside of the game. Those 3 players, those 2 players can still turn things around. So with Bros, they need to also be very careful on it to facing our Burmese goals.
Oh yeah, we've seen that time and time again yesterday, right? And here
Yes.
comes Bros. They're going to say no to that as they score another elimination point, 15 elimination points now for Harami Bros. Now it's between Burmese Ghosts and Harami Bros to end this game and get the chicken dinner. 4v3, here we go.
4v3, here we go indeed. And that circle is actually favoring both of the teams. So not either of them has a better advantage when it comes to the circle, when it comes to the safe zone. So it really just all boils down to how well they would manage the situation right in front of them. So Lil Shalom here just riding his blank, just trying to make sure that he is not going to be seen directly by our Bros. But with Bros having that compound on their side, I think they have just a tiny bit of that advantage onto BG.
Yes, they do. They do with the numbers. They do have probably that compound is still within the circle, so they have maybe hold on to that one. So now it's a matter of who wants to make the first execution. Even BG, they're not really in the circle. Like some of them are on the outside, so they have to consider to move forward. But there's a lot more open space in front of BG as compared to Harame Bros.
Exactly, and it has been quite quiet right here. They're really taking it very, very seriously as we are feeling the tension in between the 2 teams. And actually, those bullets went through Jappy quite a bit, and of course to Nathan as well. They are just right beside each other, so they are actually waiting for the Bros to go out of that compound in order for them to gatekeep them. And probably BG is hoping that the next circle will be favoring them right here, but that is something that we are yet to know. It's just going to be right in between the 2 teams, so both of them will have a bit of that struggle at the same time.
Yeah, very, very serious gameplay by these 2 teams. They want to be the winner of show match. Hopefully, the curse will not be implicated upon them. Anyway, for BG, they only have a small piece of area to play as compared to Harame Bros. They're well spread out right now and they're charging towards BG. And Yatka sees one, Jappy goes down, making it equal 3v3.
Now with an equal 3v3 just trimmed down into battle, but Lil Shalom here will also be confirmed. Now a 2v3, and that will be Lil Yatka at the same time. Master Itchy's the last player left, and with that vehicle explosion, the Bros actually takes that winner chicken dinner for the show match. And I'm actually feeling quite torn between celebrating so much because they won the show match, but as Sir Cloud mentioned earlier, there could be this curse that when you win the show match, it's not gonna translate so well into the match proper. So, but again, winner in chicken dinner goes to Harami Bro.
Well, unless if you don't believe in curses, right? So that could be a thing as well. Just saying, just saying, right? Just saying. It could probably be a thing. So maybe they want to like, okay, let's try to overcome the curse then. Who knows? With the 12 more games to go, including 6 today, they can come up with something interesting. And speaking about what's interesting, we are going to get into business after this. We're going to continue on to our first match for day number 2 in the grand finals, which is going to be played, of course, as usual, in Sanhok very, very soon. And while we wait for that, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys for map number 1. And here we are back, ladies and gentlemen. The games that you have been waiting for. The official first match for today in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. And it's going to be in Sanhok. So yesterday, the one that scored the chicken dinner in Sanhok is none other than Yangon Galacticos. Let's see if any other team found a formula to overcome them.
That is what we want to know today. Again, as we have seen how very consistent YG was yesterday, nobody was actually so successful into getting that near to Yangon Galacticos. But now that this is a different day, probably some of them already tried to learn what are the lapses yesterday for their matches. So now let's see and wait here in the map of Sanhok.
And here we go, Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at the flight path, looks like we're going to start on the northern side this time, around the area of Camp Bravo, all the way to the left of the Camp Alpha Island. And teams would like to drop all the way to the south, around the area of Sami. Camp Charlie might need to travel quite a bit.
They need to travel just probably a little bit to get to those areas. But again, I'm excited onto how this game would happen. Will it be again for YG, or will this be taken by another team? And bootcamp still taken by both YG, or rather both Hive and KE right here. Let's see who will win that bootcamp battle, but I don't think we have seen the circle quite yet. But Hivedale is a very much damaged from those bullets that came from our kill enemy, and with that nade coming from Sub-2, will that actually land onto Master D2K? Oh, that will actually do, and that is going to be our first knockout of the game.
But not the first blood secured yet, and that's what Hype International is looking for. And this is going to be the second time they actually clash inside of bootcamp in the grand finals, especially. No push yet from Hive International. They're still holding their ground, so that will allow KE to save the D2K. But the Van from the side is just making sure that they will stay in place so that he himself can go and save his teammate.
Exactly, and will Master D2K be revived? We're not quite sure. As Hive Red is onto that side, he could probably see Devon later on with that attempt, but with Luke side, that Hive could actually be unsuspecting of his spot.
I'm still waiting here, just waiting patiently in case anyone crossover. But Hive International, no reason for them to do that because they can push from the front unless if anyone wants to go for the flank. We don't see any injured. 762 could probably do that since he's playing by the side. So if he does, then he will meet up with one player from KE. Anyway, they're going to do a pincer attack from the front still. But the Van is a D2K, but D2K has his AUG A3. Not sure how many bullets does he have. It's low on bullets as well. He cannot afford to just be trigger happy.
Yes, trigger display is what they need. But look at that. Hive 762 will be knocked down, and that is going to be actually the first Kaya healthy damage would be Lukey's, but Hivedale will also be taken in the process. Hive Red is left for the side of kill enemy, and that win coming from with those spam shots on trade. Been waiting for this moment. This happened for season number 1.
Oh yeah, it is pretty much the same results. But wise, yeah. If we would compare even yesterday, Hype International actually won against KE. So now in the grand finals itself, it's a 1-1 between these two teams. Hype International unfortunately went out when they had a okay day yesterday. They had good rounds where they scored a lot of eliminations. Second half wasn't that great, so looks like it was kind of brought over to this round.
Probably, but with 2-1-4 just around the corner, they just joined that battle quite a bit. But now with the other half of Yumi Boy and Kree being in this area, I don't think that they would want to push even further on to kill enemy. The most important thing is that they already had that 1 point to jump their person in Sanhok.
Yeah, 2-1-4. Decent for that. Imas got that first elimination. So eliminated. as you compare, I'm just comparing with yesterday, right? At yesterday, at this stage, we already got like what, another 2 or 3 teams eliminated, but this time it's only 1 team inside the boot camp. But Cools will want to secure another elimination point against Emas, but the long range by Michi will knock him back down, and he cannot. However, Emas is in the wall. Michi goes and save him. He will be out in the open to be shot down as well.
That could be possible later on. He's very, very careful, and he needs to hide himself. Before the side of Esports, they, I think, will out and go around the map first. But with the path that they are approaching, there's actually a team there, just like mentioned. That would be GFS Chewy waiting for their moment to shine out of the game, and that is that exact moment as they took down Sin FV.
And looking at the current situation, our highlight team yesterday of Goodfellas. Yesterday, they scored an amazing chicken dinner on the final game. So looking to bring that momentum here towards game number 1. And so far for Goodfellas, 1 elimination. So far so good, but they have to deal with Rankid right now. Cooking at the snake, lobs it across on this piece, receives no damage thanks to the rock.
Thanks to that rocket, that cover, but for GFS Beast, let's see if he would receive that nade. Not that, just went a bit coming in from Rankin, and with that Molly, I'm sure what he was attempting to do there, he really thought that there was one player in that area, but that piece of utility there, but this utility because that actually connected on taking more than half of his life.
And Rankid, where's his backup here? Okay, backup's on the way. Backup's on the way. Wako's playing the support role while Cools will join him at the front. We should probably be good fellas. Seems to be alone in this area where 214 is at. Now Beast is split up, and now he's dealing with Sin on the other side. Nice stuff, Cool from afar. And Cool might be eliminated. He's still taking a lot of damage, and he's going to be chewing this elimination.
Oh no! Now one more list for the side of Sin Esports. They only have one, and that is actually just amidst a bit of those grasslands in front, and that wouldn't be enough to cover himself later on once there is a team that could drive by and could potentially see him in that spot. Meanwhile, for Jeff's newbies, he just also is doing that same thing, proning on the side of the area where he can still hide from the perspective and from the angles of 214.
So he'll remain as silent as possible for now. To try to hold on as long as possible. Hopefully to be able to gain placement points at least, but there's still a good amount of teams left before he's able to start gaining those placement points. So it's going to be quite a tall order, the fact that there are a lot of other teams around him. And speaking about other teams, Burmese Goals now at the bridge. Looks like a bridge that they need to cross, but they will need to face off against Goat Esports. They will be playing the gatekeeping role against them.
Yes, and they need to go for that gatekeep moment so that, of course, they could have a better chance into getting those eliminations. And with that river in between them, that's, of course, not going to be so easy to confirm those eliminations later on. But with the movement of the circle, I'm not quite sure who would that be favoring. Ooh, and that actually goes towards the part wherein Bro is actually right in the middle together with PBMS and a bit of time to quick and at the same time Goa on the southwestern side.
Yeah, the show match winners gets the circle. Trying to beat the curse, it seems. But let's see if they'll be able to make the best out of their advantage for now. For some of the teams that do not have the circle advantage, Goodfellas is one of them. They're about 100 meters away from the circle. They have to cut across this river. And that could potentially be one of the hardest things to do right now, considering the fact that there's another team across them.
Yep, exactly. And with Go Chill Guy here, he is not chilling. He would want to take down Vigil Shalom right there. He was successful into doing so with Goat Rider helping him to secure that elimination. And although Vigil Yatka also will be taken down by APG Skynin. So 2 teams actually have their eyes on Burmese goals right now. So they need to be much more careful now that they only have 2 players left.
And the blue putting pressure on the Skynin now. Yaka is down, so Skynin don't need to be worried of Yaka, but he does not see the other members of Burmese Gold, so he's taking this cautious approach. I don't see his other teammates though, so not too sure how far are they from each other. But on the minimap, okay, by the edge of Camp Charlie, okay, not too far, not too far. Anyway, they still need to figure out how to get into the circle because we're heading on to stage number 3 real soon, with stage 2 now closing.
Oh, and with that stage closing in, AVG will actually receive a bit of that damage coming in from that blue zone, but now facing our BG is fearless. They just drove by that spot and eventually had three and make that probably four players out. Ooh, not a good elimination coming in from our fearless, and that is probably the least that you would want to be eliminated by using that moving vehicle to just get to where you want to.
Yeah, it's just sad, right? It's just sad. And the fact that the Sanhok, like more teams will be closer around the area. And too bad for them. They went out without any elimination points at all. 0 points for Fearless Esports. As for APG, they're looking to scale more elimination points and to get into the circle, but Fern got knocked down. They are now being gate capped from the other side by NX.
Oh no, not looking good for the side of our Burmese goals. Oh, at the same time, that is actually NX being gate kept by APG. So one player of Nexus Vanguards will now be secured, and as they move out, APG still has their eyes on them. And Naughty doesn't have anywhere else to go because wherever he goes, he could be easily seen by Skynet right there. So they need to eliminate APG first, just in order for them to enter the zone quite quietly. But nice counter attack, I mean, from Godspeed. That was going to be top being taken down.
Headshot on the top. Now he's down on his knees, still spending time in the blue. Look at the amount of teams currently still in the blue. It is insane. Everyone's having a hard time getting into the circle itself because of all this gatekeeping happening. And here comes Godspeed trying to ride across to safety while the zone will continue to close on. Harami Bros in the middle of the circle. Same goes for Younger Gaticos, not too far away, just on the outside of Painan. But where will the circle go? It will go on to Harami Bros, PBMS, and Younger Gaticos.
We have always seen this during the past seasons that Bros are always right in the middle. They're taking that circle all for themselves, and now that they have the circle, I believe they have a better chance of getting that winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, moving on to a different battle right here. This will be NX versus T-Max versus APG, and that would be Skynet. Oh no, the last player will now be secured. Meanwhile, nice attack coming in from Godspeed onto our Team Max, and that will be the end of them. But Godspeed needs to heal up right away so that they could possibly enter the circle as well.
And now Kaya in the blue as well. Joseph cooking up this nade. First nade on the Kaya, a bit of splash damage, but Joseph will make sure that point goes to Team Max, eliminating Kill Enemy with 6 elimination points at number 13. And now Team Max, time for them to get into the circle. They are running low on healing utilities.
They're really running low on those med kits and healing kits right here, so they need to still loot up those crates right in front of them. But for BG, they're also not having much of those utilities right here, but they don't have anywhere else to go, anywhere else to loot right now, given that the circle is quite small for still 11 teams alive. NX Godspeed, though, the last player will also be eliminated, so leaving us with only 11 again right here. 2-1-4, though, will face it with our day number 1 dominators, YG. Will this be a 2-1-4 game, or will this be a YG game?
The YG, they do have the DBS, and Romeo gets one. But Romeo not immediately. Same goes for Say Cloud. And now, Yumi, as well as Emas, they are winning this fight so far, but they have to recover quickly before Smile comes in. Smile cooking up that nade, launches it across by a little bit too far. Small splash damage, but Smile will need to reset his teammates quickly as well.
They need to go for that revive and reset as much and as soon as possible, as we already have 2 players up for 2-1-4, but they don't have much of that HP left from their side. And one more knockdown coming from Master Smile. He indeed has that smile on his face because the only thing that he needs to do is to heal up his teammates and wait for that push coming in from MS. But MS, of course, would want to prioritize that healing on Tukuri right there, and that nade will not actually damage YG. And this is Master Smile trying to take them down one by one, but from afar there would be a joiner, which is GFS.
Still got to give it to Smile. Excellent work by him to win this fight. And now the reset is happening for Younger Gaticos. They should be back as a trio, but Romeo Boy goes back down thanks to newbies from Goodfellas from afar. But Smile is there together with him. Now 2-1-4 is getting closer and closer while we are edging closer to the next phase of the circle. Smile will need to win this fight against 2-1-4.
He indeed needs to win that battle because with the movement of the circle, they would be left outside of the safe zone. So they need to go for that clearing operations. But look at this nade coming in from Say Cloud, eliminating the rest of 214 with those added bullets by GFSB. So two teams actually targeted 214 right there. So very unfortunate for them, but this is a good thing for YG as they are slowly but surely again widening the gap onto kill enemy.
Still, nobody's able to eliminate Yango Galacticos at this stage of the round. 3 players still active, pretty decent. And at the same time, their closest contenders, which is still pretty far, that is, KE, ABG, have both been eliminated from this round. Now looking over onto Goa.
Ooh.
The moment TTQ came by, they see, they shoot, they score.
Oh no, Goa needs those points very, very much as compared to our time to quick. So they need to try their best to turn things around and to get that elimination onto our time to quick. But it's not so easy to do right here as they have that one player knocked down. That was Play Junior. Goa 22 was taken as well. But they are struggling into confirming that one elimination, which is KH.
Now, good fellas from the pack, Newbies chasing down the younger guy that goes. Newbies with the shot onto Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy, no damage onto him. His vehicle protected him well. And Bunny on the elimination feed, he got one for himself out of Time to Quick Esports. Younger Radicals now shift their movement towards Burmese goals. So some old friends will be meeting here as Ichi tries to get away.
And as Itchy tries his best to hide around that rock formation, actually YG is thinking where could Itchy be at right now? But with the movement and with his hiding abilities, he is not that easy to be seen right here. And of course, they would not want to overextend as well because there might be teams right behind that spot. So Master Itchy throwing that nade, not damaging either Say Cloud or we have here his teammate as well, which is Romeo Boy. But Romeo Boy actually knows that Master Itchy could probably be just around a corner. So going for that nade right here, but no, that would not damage him again.
Oof. And now, good fellas, might distract Yango Galacticos and kind of save Ichi. Buying Ichi sometimes. Smile will be knocked down from afar by Goodfellas. At the same time, the blue has arrived. Romeo Boy, he has to move forward. We are moving towards stage number 5, and the zone will hurt for sure. Goodfellas will continue to put pressure, but no pressure for her Robert Bros. They still get the circle.
No pressure for the bros. They bought that circle in advance, and that favors them so much and continuously as of this moment. But moving on to GFS and still with YG, they're just going for those exchange of knockdowns right here. Meanwhile, for Chewy, he would want to try to save his teammate, but that is not going to be so possible right here. And Team Max and John will be confirmed by the play zone. But we have this next battle going on. This is Jibna versus Newbies, but from afar there would be a cover, so that is not going to be so possible for him to push right away. But for time to quick, they also got eliminated and will be back to the lobby for now.
And now Jibna is pretty low. He does have first aids though, but he has to find that spot, that space to heal up, and he will be doing exactly that right now. While the blue will continue to close. We're coming on stage 6 real soon. Jibna will retreat back to his teammates.
You will now reunite to the rest of the Harami bro who are inside of the circle, so they don't need to move that much. But look at that. With not much movement needed from bros, they are now focused on to getting those eliminations, and that is actually one onto Goa right there. But with Goat right here, oh, PBM Scatty went for that knockdown, but Scatty was also spotted from Goat Esports coming in from below their spot. Bunny, chill guy, now goes for that nade onto Pretzel, and that is going to be the last player. So with that perfect cook of nade, that will be PBM being eliminated.
Oh, another top team eliminated. And Yango Galacticos is still in the game. They continue to pull away from the competition. Even if like other teams like GFS or Army Bros or whoever gets the chicken dinner, it will not affect much onto Yango Galacticos at the top still. But speaking of Yango Galacticos, finally Say Cloud eliminated, went out at number 5 with 5 elimination points. We are down to the top 4 teams.
As you mentioned, Yangon Galactica still staying alive. They eventually also were affected by that caster's curse and also followed the footsteps of the other teams, now leaving us with only 4 teams right here. I believe Rose actually has that better chance onto getting this winner with chicken dinner, most especially now they have that circle right with their favor. And with Goat Esports, they have Buddy being out as well. Meanwhile, for Goang Pacquiao, he's actually guarded by two players of our bros, so I'm not quite sure how they would handle that one. Look at this, Pacquiao just right below, and Bro Nathan and Bro Jappy are on that manhunt onto him. But if ever that this will come as a surprise for their spot, that could also take them their life. But with the movement of Circle, oh, he's actually spotted right here. Bro Jappy, heavily damaged, and Nathan will be knocked down. But right there would be Jappy taking that one for the count.
And that's another team out, leaving us with 3 teams left. And like what you said, Harame Bros have the best chance of scoring this chicken dinner. But we've seen it time and time again with a full squad. Sometimes you just don't score the chicken dinner. So Harame Bros, they had that moment yesterday during the last game against Goodfellas, where there are 4 players versus 2, but still the 2 from Goodfellas won it against Harame Bros. So they are definitely not going to make the same mistake. They will stay full on focus this time and make sure that the chicken dinner becomes theirs.
Definitely, it might be the round 2 of that final moments in Miramar. But for Goat Chill Guy here being spotted quite early, he needs to heal up as soon as possible. He only uses those bandages and a bit of that painkiller to have that better HP replenished later on. But on stage number 6, this could probably take a bit longer, most especially if the bros would not be too aggressive onto hunting Goat down and onto hunting GFS down. So probably this could also still reach around stage 8, but it all boils down to where would that circle go again.
Oh yeah, we still have a good amount of stages still. But the circle favors Harame Bros still, and they're getting the luck of circle this time. And it's going to be kind of hard for the fighter player of Goodfellas because he has to cross the road with Harame Bros here and Jipna just across him, and that's going to be newbies. On the other end, we do have Goat Esports. One of them is in the circle right now. As a matter of Harame Bros, do they have the information?
That is what we are going to know later on. But with them settling down right inside the circle, they already know where Goat could be coming from, where GFS could be coming from. So this could probably be a bro chicken dinner later on. But look at this, GFS newbies joining that engagement on the Goat, maybe knocking him down. But the blue zone is chasing after him, and that would hurt so much already. He only has that one first aid kit, but the Goat Chill Guy spots him in the process. And Chill Guy is actually quite open from the perspective of our bros, and that is a winner chicken dinner forward side of Harame Bro. That show match actually gave them a bit of that boost.
Wow, okay. So breaking the show match curse, ladies and gentlemen, is Harame Bros. And this time they did not drop the ball. They lock in the chicken dinner for themselves in game number 1 in Sanhok this time. Now it's a matter of tabulating the points for Harame Bros and how far up would they have leaped. But, of course, the bigger target, Yangon Galacticos, continues to survive above all their closest competitions in this round.
Exactly. And with those 7 eliminations plus those 10 placement points, definitely bros would have their points up. But of course, not still so close to YG right here. But of course, let's give them this moment to celebrate because they haven't done so well yesterday during our day number 1. And this is indeed one more time for redemption. Well, meanwhile, first, let's watch these highlights before we go on to the rest of the things. What a good game for the bros right there in match number 7, or our first match for today. So overall, they had 17 points in that match, as I've mentioned earlier on. But Gold Esports, though, because of that 10 elimination points that they had during the period of the game, they have 16 points in addition as well, with GFS having 11, Goa having 8, tied up with YG, Team Maxter and KE having 6, and next is Vanguards with 5. So this is definitely a good game, well played for the bros.
Yes, and other than the bros, Goat Esports still up there as well with 16 points. But of course, Younger Galacticos, 8 points still managed to be collected by them. Some of their closest rivals like APG only managed to collect 3 points, PBMS 3 points. And Hype International at some point yesterday, they were in the chase as well. No points for them this round. Same goes for Fearless Esports and Sin. 3 teams in total in this match, not able to collect any points. So now we're starting to count down the games. 11 more games to go in the grand finals for them to catch up to Younger Galacticos. And here's the overall. They continue to stretch the lead.
They continue to stretch and widen that gap right here. 108 points. Even though they don't move that much, again, they already have that cushion. They already have that safety net. So PBMS, Kill Enemy, APG, Bro, and even the rest of the teams could still have those chances to try their best to go nearer and nearer to YG. But all they need to prioritize as well is to take down YG earlier, because if they don't, YG will just still continue to add up on those points and would not leave much of that space for the teams to catch up right away.
Though the silver lining is that YG is not in our top 4 teams. We have Harame Bros, Gold Esports, Goodfellas, and GOA or Goa. And looking over at these numbers, Gold Esports, they have the most eliminations this round. That's why they're up there at number 2, even though without a chicken dinner. 10 eliminations that came together with them. Harame Bro, they had a lot of the circle, but still able to collect 7 eliminations in the process. So that was pretty nice by Harame Bros. And of course, we have to award the MVP to Jimna from Harame Bros, coming in with 4 eliminations.
Ooh. Jibna here, of course, is indeed undeniably the key player of our Harame Bros during this match. And look at that, 4 eliminations, 501 damage, and only having received 78 damage. So he is very, it was very evident that he was good in that offense and at the same time with the defense, because he only received very little damage during those moments at the same time that he was trying to get those eliminations onto the opponent. So Bro Jibna here really deserves this MVP title for match number 7. But will they be consistent throughout the day? That is what we want to know.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest question, right? For them to make a huge comeback, they have to be consistent not only in this round, but also the following rounds, just because of how far they were before this. And if we were to talk about like going for the championship, you have to have multiple chicken dinners with lots of elimination points to catch up to Younger Galacticos. And speaking about catching up, 5 more games to go today. Next, we're going to head on to Erangel. Let's see if Army Bros can make it a streak, including the show match in our upcoming Erangel. While that, we'll take a short break. We'll see you guys in a bit. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. We're moving away from Sanhok, where Haram Rose scored their chicken dinner, and we'll be heading on to Erangel next.
Ooh, this is quite gonna be much more interesting, and this is what we are looking forward to every day, as we have 3 Erangel matches for day number 1, day number 2, and of course for day number 3. So this is, again, as I mentioned yesterday, this is exactly the map that they need to back those points on, and they need to be much more familiar and better with. So let's see how else they prepared for this map after those matches that had happened yesterday for our day number 1 for the grand finals of PMCL Southeast Asia Spring. And now let's go on to our first Erangel map.
Here comes Erangel, and looks like we're going to see the flight path from the southern side. I do see mid to the base on our screen, and it's going up to North Yogopol. It's a decent flight path for majority of these teams, but we've been seeing a lot of trashy circles yesterday in Erangel, and I do hope it continues.
We will see that later on. So plane path here again, coming from around the area of Novoripnoye and around SMB. Now this gives APG their sweet spot. They could easily drop onto SMB, and for NX, of course, taking Novoripnoye again, all for themselves. But for the rest of the team, most especially those who drop around the Sniper Poliana, that wouldn't be so easy for them right now.
Oh yeah, and travel a bit, that's okay. Even as what we saw yesterday in the Erangel matches, we don't see like those early vehicle tussles for all the teams. For the most part, it has been pretty okay. So everyone has had an idea of like, okay, that spot, you got to grab a vehicle, you won't bump into another team, there will be minimal risk. So that could probably continue on today itself. But that also means that the fights might need to wait, depending on where the circle is. We're going to see that it's a little bit more. So it's obviously circle dependent. It's also depending on how many teams get eliminated early. And looks like the circle gods are quite nice today. Are feeling nice at least for this round. Gonna give a nice circle centered around the area of Gaka.
Yep, that is just quite lined with the plane path, so not much movement is needed from most of our teams except for APG. But at least they have a bit of that bridge area onto the western side that can give them that easy access onto the main island, and especially with the circle coming right up later on. So stage 1, of course, they all just need to loot everything that they would be needing later on. As of course, they need those essentials, and they need to avoid just like what happened earlier on, that a lot of teams have less of those first aid kits, most especially in the very, very crucial moments.
Yeah. So with a bigger map, that will allow them that space to loot, the standard stuff, and just stock up themselves. But interesting enough, a slight difference as compared to yesterday. It looks like we do see a first blood early on. 762, the starman for Hive International, scores the first blood for his team, taking out Jeffrey from Goa.
Oh, not a good start again. For the side of Guardians of Angels, they are needing much of those points, although they actually went above Fearless right now, pushed down Fearless to the 16th spot. So Fearless are now really the ones needing most of those points. But with Goa losing one of their players very early, they might actually go back to that 16th spot anytime soon, most especially if Fearless gets back on track and gets those points in this map.
Exactly right. It feels like because of that elimination, it's almost like the battle for the uh, second half teams, especially Goa. They have been stuck at number 16 for quite a while yesterday, but they're starting to slowly starting to get out of it. But with this first elimination onto them, it definitely doesn't help them to do that. Hype International, yesterday they were in the chase for number one, but because of the level of inconsistency that they had, they have they can do a good game, and then after that it's like a few rounds of bad games and then one decent game again. So
Mm-hmm.
overall, in average, it's definitely not going to be enough because of how consistent Young Radicals is. And not only Young
Yep.
Radicals, like for the other teams like PBMS, like KE, they're obviously more consistent than Hive International.
Definitely. So Hive now on that ninth spot. They need a bit more of that push and motivation in order for them to go back to where they were at yesterday, quite early in day number one. So with PBMS, I'm actually quite surprised that they are the ones from the Philippines that are nearest to YG right now, because among all of those teams, I believe they are not really the one that we have so much of the expectations from. So with them being here, they're just really proving to us that they deserve this spot and they deserve a good podium finish in the grand finals.
Adding on to the fact that they had a few, uh, I wouldn't say roster changes, but a few main lineup changes. Like sometimes
Mm-hmm.
back then you see Monboy playing, sometimes you don't see him playing, and then he swap in and out a couple of other players. So they're probably finding their groove that time. But this time
Exactly.
they look like they have found their groove. Like, okay, this is the main lineup. So far, we haven't seen any substitutions made for
Mm-hmm.
PBMS, and so far so good. They are at second place. They are chasing up to the number one spot, but the gap is still there.
Mm-hmm.
But on the brighter side, still there's still 11 games including this one. So as long as they can continue on, and the next breakthrough is to find a formula to overcome Young Radicals and stop them from gaining more points, then maybe they can be one of those surprise teams.
Exactly. I think that is one of our topics as well with Goku for last week, that we haven't seen much of Monboy playing. And with this lineup of Miner, Scaddy, MM, and Pretzel, it is much of a better chemistry. Of course, we know Monboy is a good a player individually, and he also was good together with his other teammates. But right here for PBMS, I'm not quite sure if he gels so much together with the rest of the team. So now with this lineup again, for PBXMSI, I believe it is indeed much better. So we are just now hoping for, again, the consistency. It might be too overused, but consistency is indeed the key.
Yeah, it is a major change for Monboy, right? He's the only original player from the Playbook Esports days. Now they
Mm-hmm.
name themselves as PTMS. So since his majority of his teammates change, it is him that needs to probably adapt to like the whole chemistry or the synchronization of the entire team. And maybe he needs a little bit more time. So that's where they kind of decide to okay, we feel these are the four players for them to play, and it's been giving them the results. So if it's not broken, why change it further?
Yep. Indeed. So I believe, of course, PBMS has a good chance as well as KE. They both are playing, of course, quite near to YG. They both have different approaches, sort of, and not much of those explosive gameplays altogether. But I believe at least they are very consistent with the games that they are having, and they're trying their best to get points. Although they also have bad games, they also have bad matches, but again, they're here in top two and top three, and they are the nearest to YG. So I think they have that best potential onto trying to get nearer to YG.
Hey, if any good news for PBMS, right, is that they only started the grand finals with only 5 points. So
Yes.
5 points, they're like towards the second half, almost towards the end, to be exact, number 13 that time. But they're still able to climb up now to number two.
Hmm.
So it's actually quite a significant jump, if you ask me, and
Yes.
arguably the highest jump so far among all the other teams.
Exactly. That is a good point. Because again, those head start points, of course, affected so much with the rankings that we have right here. When PBMS having sort of the least, or at least among the least takers of those head start points, and now that they are on top of the leaderboards, at least, so that really shows how well they are playing. So again, we have always said yesterday, it might be too early for us to predict those teams who are going to be ending after day number three. But this is something that shows us the pattern, and hopefully, will give us that podium finish again by the end of day number three.
Yeah, that's why the saying goes like, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end.
Yes.
So far, the start not so great for PBMS, but the ending, well, we're not at the end yet, but we're in the middle. And so far, so good. But for the circle, not so good for some of the players. It's a hardship circle towards the bottom left side, and a lot of these teams will need to
Ooh.
move. But last we checked as well, a lot of teams in the middle of the circle. But because of that major movement, now we're starting to see the elimination feed starting to light up as Fern will be knocked down from afar.
APG right here again. They had that first elimination earlier on, but if ever that this continues, I think those other teams already knows how to manage APG. Um, APG is struggling when they are having those early bouts of engagements, quite again early in the game. So if this goes on, and if this happens quite again and again, so APG might be um pushed down later on. But of course, they're still on that fourth spot, so not really gonna be pushed down so far. But again, if they wouldn't be able to get more of those points, and if they are gonna be eliminated quite early, that could be one of the possibilities.
Yeah, but they still need to take a bit of risks if they want to go for the championship. A team that was trailing Yaku Radicals at some point and even in front. Now they're definitely not happy. But if they can take out NX, that will give them a significant boost to their motivation to push on to try to get the number one spot again. Sending nades across is APG, but no knock yet, so no clear opening for APG. But Skynin takes a lot of damage, down to 20% of health. He needs to heal up quickly. One knock X will be the bodyguard. WTZ cooking up another nade, sends it
Ooh.
across, but not able to send it beyond the wall.
He wasn't able to damage any of our APGs right here, and APG Nangx actually just took that chance to shotgun down NXWTZ. Skynindo in front of one more of the players, that would be Godspeed, taking him down. Although Nangx will be spotted at the same time, it's only just gonna be depending on two top, and Fern right here. Bibinati from above will also have a bit of that damage dealt onto him, coming in from top, and with
Ooh, last hit.
those additional bullets, he almost got knocked down. And fortunately for him, he was able to escape those flames from the Molotov.
Another nade sent into the building. Nope, on the outside. Splash damage onto Zai. Now Noddy comes in, but takes a lot of damage from Thompson's nade.
Yes, indeed. And with Nangx being revived right here, they all just need to reset. And with another nade going from Furrow, that would damage so much. Naughty right there, and they need to use up all of those utilities that they have looted for the first 10 minutes of the match. I hope that would be enough for them later on. But with we have one player, that will be Zai, going to the second floor. Top will be chasing them with this nade, and of course Bibinati as well from the other end. And now with three players again, I believe APG has that better chance onto eliminating the rest of our Nexus Vanguards. But with the movement of the circle, that is again going to be favoring Bros and KE, and at the same time, this battle that we are seeing on the screen.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight onto Young Radicals. They have to travel into the circle. They're coming from the northern side, so a bit of a risk for them. But we're going to focus still onto this compound because it's in the circle still. So they still find this compound rather good for them to take over. NX now only 2 players left, Zai and also Baby Naughty. Zai's waiting for the right timing with a nade in hand. Probably ready to lob a short one in case anyone for APG tries to go up to the second floor, while Baby Naughty looking from the other side on an off-angle position. But he's not getting good view, not the fact that APG are all in the building.
Now that they are on the building. Oh no! Team Max Joseph here hops in the battle, and third party is indeed real light right here as they are a full squad trying to put so much pressure onto APG and onto NX, but that would be Bro Jibna knocking down the John right here, and Max Ativ as well is heavily damaged. A lot of things are happening and this is looking so good. Although Bro Jabby will be spotted by GFS, we're now seeing another different battle as GFS crashed onto the ground where bros are at right now.
And here comes Jibna to the rescue from the other side. Newbies is currently down. Jibna has arrived. 2 nades sent into the building. It will not knock down anyone from GFS. Jibna cooking up his own nade. He will lob it in. Let's see if he will get anyone or not. And yes, he does. He does get Chaco. Newbies is out. And this is Harami Rose. So far doing so good against this fight. Nathan will be knocked down from afar by Master D2K.
Oh no, that is indeed a very well-cooked nade, knocking down two of the players rather, and securing newbies in the process. But one more will be connecting onto Bro Jibna, and that will be a knockdown from their side. So one more will be up and alive, but GFSBs will be eliminated with that vehicle explosion. And although Bros got 2 of their players out, that is also something, and that is a trade that we could take any time. Though Nexus Vanguards will also follow the footsteps of GFS as they are now out of the match.
It was just unfortunate for Beast, right, that the vehicle blew up in front of him during the final moments of that fight. If only that did not happen, things might be a little bit different because there was only 1 active player left for Harame Bro. But Harame Bro, great work by them. Still, heavy casualty. 2 players eliminated in that one fight. They collected 3 elimination points, but they now have to play the rest of the round with only 2.
Oh no, things are of course getting very intense right here. Left and right are the battles that we are seeing. We still have 14. So now that we have GOAT right here, they will be facing with our Burmese Ghost later on with the movement of the circle. Ooh, again, bros are right inside, PBMS as well as APG. And with this battle right in front of both of the yellow teams, Sin Esports versus Yangon Galacticus, that would be Coles just driving by right in front of Myrna Boy, but they would not go for that initiation yet. But those nades, with the hope of taking one down, will probably start that battle.
And here comes Wako, trying to find his next target, or maybe even an opening to try to get into the circle because the circle shifted away from them. Top will get Kaya somewhere else. APG at the verge of securing another elimination point. Now Sin, we can see them sending a scout out towards the right side of the circle, right side of the map to find another entry point into the circle. They have about 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close in, but there's also another team waiting there. Wow, our highlight team, Young Gugaticos, in a similar situation, not in the circle yet.
Ooh. We have seen Wako. They had found a different opponent other than YG right here. And this is sort of becoming more worth it than facing it with YG. Though FV got knocked out at the same time, Sin Wako was able to secure 2 of the players off the Burmese Ghost, leaving only Lil Shalom and Master Itchy from that end. Although they are quite inside the circle, Sin Esports also now needs to do the same thing, because if they wouldn't enter that circle later on, they would be gate kept by the BG. But for 2-1-4, not the best spot here, not the most ideal circle cloud. They are just staying amidst this area we're in. There are not much of the covers, and they are still having a Fearless right in front of them.
And there comes Michi from the side to get a 1 knock, trying to secure the elimination point. Unless it gets stolen away, Astro X will be taken out of the game. And 2-1-4. They're still looking over at KE. KE on the other side. Master D2K alone, and he's gunned down by Nangex from APG.
Nice one coming in from them. Though Fearless Pop-Up in 7 support is just right inside of this shack we're in. That wouldn't be so ideal later on once one team pushes with that frag grenade that is very, very prone for them being eliminated. But for this push coming from Sing Esports onto BG Lil Shalom with that nade in hand, will he damage someone else? Nope, that would not land onto Sin FV, but this will actually be his gift onto Lil Shalom, but also will not do anything. But with that vehicle knocked down onto Lil Shalom, that was very on point with Sin Esports, only just forcing Master Itchy to be facing with them 1v4 situation right here. Master Itchy going on to that western side, going to onto the eastern side rather. Ooh, he manages to damage a bit of the Sync Esports, but that is them going out at the same time.
Best weapon to clutch, but the back-to-back is just too difficult for him. Young Radicals on their way, while Range will knock down Murna. While he was traveling, Wako will pick up that point out of Young Radicals. 3 more plays for Young Radicals. They shift their attention now to Sin. Wako alone, 10% of health, has to get away. Stay Cloud will need him down.
This is a good battle right here. Sin Esports challenging YG, although GOAT could also have to go for that third party. They need to, also be very, very careful because they will be sandwiched in between these two teams. But with those nades being exchanged right now, one was taken from our YG, which is Murna Boy right here. And Sin Esports also has 1 player knocked down, although not yet confirmed. Romeo Boy trying to go for that boost in order for them to have a better between them and YG.
Oh, pop from Fearless. Knocked down by Fern from APG. No follow-up yet. Young Radical still on the outside of the circle. We'll put focus onto them right now as the top team. They need to win against Sin before they can come into the circle at least. And Sin is not letting them go yet. FB from the side. Sprays down, playing the support role. Not able to get enough, but the nade sent across onto FB. FB has to be extra careful. Extra damage? No splash damage on the FB. FB is still okay.
FV is still okay. The Wako was confirmed from their end. Goa, though, is having that struggle coming in from Team Max. And with the movement coming in from YG, they are now bailing out from the scene and they would want to leave. Sin Esports struggling from entering our safe zone. Though Sin FV here would need to go inside. Hive International, though, has 1 player knocked down from their end. And now we have YG settling down amidst this space. Again, very, very open field. And at the same time, this will be Sin Cool having that best angle onto knocking down the YG.
Oh, he almost got it. He almost got it. But they're still out in the open for Cool to take down. And Cool from afar gets Romeo Boy. And now it's go time for Sin to move into the circle to save FB at the same time.
What a nice performance coming in from Sin Esports. They have been very aggressive here with 6 eliminations, and as they push forward, they would crash here in this haystack, trying to attempt to get nearer to YG. But with the snake coming from Master Smile, will that land on the Sin Esports? I believe that will almost knock down Cool right there. So they need to reposition themselves quite a bit, and they need to heal up right away in order for them to have a better chance onto YG right here. A lot of the teams are now having that struggle as the next circle would be quite an open field and they need to do their best to make quite a cover from their end. But look at that, nades onto Sin Esports and even added bullets from GOAT will now be eliminating them.
Beautiful nades by Smile to eliminate them. And now they're pretty much on the clear. Oh, but not really. Harame Bros want to try to stop Young Radicals right now. Now that the fact that Young Radicals is right in the middle of the car field. Sprayed by Range into the smoke, but nobody's home. Instead, now it's going to be GOAT taking out a member of Harame Bros. Nathan is currently down.
Oh, he is now currently down, and with only Range right here surviving, I don't think they have the best of the chances to get that winner chicken dinner again. So probably let's leave it to those teams who are quite complete yet, or at least having 3 players in the bag. But with the movement of circle, that would also be heavily defining what will happen in the next stages of the circle. So they have that spread. We have several teams taking that eastern side, and that will be them taking that circle, so heavily favoring GOAT Esports right now.
And now Harame Bros, they do not have the circle. They have to move a little bit forward, but same goes for Hive International. Dale is calling out for help. Claude is closest to him, and Dale is crawling towards Claude. He should have enough time to pick up his teammate. As for APG, they are on the outer side of the circle as well. The blue right behind them. Lots of open space in front. Be prepared to create a barricade with those vehicles.
Indeed, that is what they can do right now. Use those vehicles as their cover, detonate it so that it wouldn't be the damage dealer for them later on. But look at this push coming in onto time to quick liquid, time to quick gust right here will be damaged by Go to Esports before Team Max. The John is actually going for that jump shot onto liquid right here. Will he evaporate later on, or will he stay as a solid liquid right there? But with that molly, he will indeed evaporate and will be liquidated by Team Max. But with the team also receiving that same treatment, he needs that revive right away from the John.
Oh, I love the term liquidated. Well, they're still around. And here you have a PBMS Pretzel from afar taking out Joseph and Liquid. Well, liquidated right now. And here comes PBMS in the circle. They do have this shack for them to protect themselves for now. Feng is on the other side though. They know that Feng is there. Nate, a little bit too short. Feng is still alright.
Fern is still all right, and indeed, but for PBMS, I'm not sure if they are going to be all right later on, as they are just taking that very, very small space for them to hide at right now on our stage number 6. This is really, again, quite interesting having this very open field. We don't have much of the covers, and they all just need to try to be best at disguising themselves, hiding themselves in quite a few of those areas. But PBMS Pretzel will not be able to hide anymore, as he will be knocked down together with Hive Plot.
Claude, take it out. Hype International, only 2 players left, 762 as well as Dale. And they're trying to take out the members of 214. 214 sending 1 player onto the side, trying to find an off angle. It's going to be Kree, tasked to do the business. Nade after nade after nade. They're still not done with the nades yet, but finally it is range from Harami Bros to knock down 762.
Knocks down 762. The bro range there will be knocked down as well, coming in from other teams. There are a lot of things happening right here, left and right, front and back. We have all of those clashes happening, and with only Hive Dale here just proning his way, crawling his way, this is not so easy. Look at that. He is just trying his best to not be seen from all of the angles, as this haystack is his only covered detonated vehicle, and gladly for him, he has this death crate just right beside him, so he could have a bit more of those utilities for later's use.
Yep, so right now he's okayly stocked up, I must say. Not the best, still a level 1 vest, and even that is quite shredded down. So Dale will need to deal with whatever that he has now against 214. Sends a nade across on the 214. Splash damage perhaps? Yes, splash damage number 1. Number 2, evaded by Michi. Michi is okay, but finally get down by Romeo Boy from the other side. The point will go to Young Galacticos.
Oh, now Young Galactic is having that momentum, getting those points, although they all just have 1, but they still have 2 players left. Although Highfield here still manages to take down 1 more from our 214 APG. The top here will be seen by 214 Kree, and a lot of them would need to be moving towards quite the middle portion of that circle. That is not going to be so easy, but Dangix here took that easy knockdown onto Kree.
Oh, not EDL. The fact that this is an open space inside of Gatka itself. Dale will finally be eliminated. Hype International goes out at number 8 with 3 elimination points. 4 points collected in total by Hype International. Young Radicals, they continue to play this round, while APG, Harame Bros, PBMS, all of them only have 1 player left.
Oh no, that is really, really fun to see right now. Those soloists trying their best to not be heard, to not be seen. But look at this, being seen as APG Nangax, courtesy of Goat Chill Guy. They now are trying their best once more to have a portion of that safe zone onto their side. Goat Chill Guy, together with the rest of Goat Esports, has that good chance. But as he just jumps his way, he is trying to scout the surrounding if he would be able to see bro Nathan right here.
Oh yeah, Nathan is just right in front of Young Radicals. They probably don't know, just because of how tall the weeds around here are. Nathan probably knows that Young Radicals is there, but his objective is now to try to get into the circle first. The zone is closing, but right in front of him is Young Radicals. They still don't know the presence of each other.
Oh no, this is gonna be fun later on. Parties left and right would happen, but oh no, bro Nathan got spotted because of that. A bit of height advantage coming in of getting into that vehicle. But for YG Master Smile, wants to use that vehicle to push himself further a bit inside of the circle. Go Chill Guy, though, will receive a bit of the damage. YD's Master Smile will be seen by 214 Esports. So at this point, I'm not quite sure who is going to be favored because we know that GOAT Esports has that circle, yes, but a lot of teams could also have their eyes on them.
Yes, circle goes up to the northern side. Most of the teams on the south, they do not circle at this point. Younger Radicals somewhat by the edge of the circle. The reset will happen right now. Smile will be picked up by Romeo Boy. While Gold Esports, they have the circle. They do have the numbers as well, as long as they're able to reset two of their fallen teammates as of now. PBMS gets a tip from Team Max. At the same time, Younger Radicals, Smile will be eliminated. Now Younger Radicals is out.
Oh no, very, very interesting fights that we are having here. Look at that. The soloist of PBMS is still alive at this point in stage number 8, and with just a few more seconds left. That is going to be, very, very exciting to see and thrilling to see if how long will PBMSMM still be able to survive these engagements. We have, I believe, best of the chances onto 214 and GOAT Esports. But with the spread that they're having, I'm not quite sure if that is going to be beneficial for them later on, especially if one of their players got knocked down.
Down to the top 4 teams. The John gunned down by Bunny from GOAT Esports. GOAT Esports, they managed to recover all their fallen teammates earlier on. Now back as a full squad with 11 eliminations in the pocket right now. Considering that Chill Guy scored another one for them. Team Max out at number 4. And now only 2 more teams left before GOAT Esports can score the chicken dinner. But 2-1-4, there are 3 players. They can still turn things around.
Yes, they can still do that indeed. And with GOAT Esports here, they all know where PBMS could possibly be at. So they have their focus right on that spot. Actually, 214 as well. They're having those bullets through that spot. 214 MS would want to see that entrance and that movement coming from PBMS MM. And now they all are feeling that they're trying their best to eliminate MM. That would be coming in from GOAT Buddy and his MG3 right there. But Go Rider will also be spotted by 214 MS right here. And that is indeed a good peek coming in from his side. And the rest are just proning and just hiding behind the stack because those are their only covers at this point.
Oh, long nade by Bunny onto the other side. It bounces, but not enough to reach Kree. Kree is still alright. Now he wants to counter with his own nade. Another long nade made that too. Bounce on the goal, the Esports. Chill Guy managed to evade the first one. Bunny erased the second one. And Chill Guy is still alright, but he does not have any healing utilities. He's down to 50% of health right now at the forefront against 214.
Oh no, this is really fun at this point. Chill Guy still proning and gets that knockdown through. Yumi Boy right there. Kree will be the lone ranger right here, and now they have that signal onto actually pushing Kree right there, but Goat Bunny will still be knocked down by Kree from his end, so Naze will now be thrown onto his side. Not much of a movement can be seen from 214 Kree, and that will actually deal him so much of that splash damage. He needs to heal up as soon as possible. He needs to heal up right away, but we are feeling that hesitation coming from GOAT Esports. He would not want to push as instant as we wanted to, so 214 has a bit of the ample time to actually revive Yumi Boy.
Oh, but maybe he's still putting pressure on the 214. They're probably wondering, do they want to go in for the revive or going for the finish? Chill Guy lobs his final nade, final molly on the 214. Knocks down Yumi Boy. And now it's back to only Kree alone. The final player for 214. But he can still pick up his teammate. But at the same time, he has to be careful because the blue is now starting to close. Stage number 9, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the blue is just right behind Kree. And here comes the chance, but maybe he wants to end the game. But wait a second. Wait a second. Hang on! 214 overcame the odds again to come in with a chicken dinner!
Oh my gosh, that was indeed again a close fight. We have seen a bit similar to this yesterday. I believe that was 214 and Nexus Vanguards, and now they actually took that chance and they did not let that slip out of their fingers for the second time. So with that winner chicken dinner going to 214, that was really very impressive. We have seen how they are at a disadvantage during those final moments. GOAT Esports had 4 members and they even knocked down one of our 214, but eventually those trimming downs of the players onto GOAT Esports eventually led 2-4 to take this chicken dinner. So again, kudos to our 2-4.
Oh, amazing stuff there by 214. Patience was paid for 214. They held on to that haystack for the longest time. They waited all the nades. Even the Molly caught one player for 214, caught Yumi. But it's still the brilliance at the end of the day for 214 to be able to stand up to the occasion and score this chicken dinner for themselves, bringing together 6 elimination points, 16 points collected by 214.
Ooh, actually that's 7 because we had 2 for MS, but again, that's 17 points still for 214, and I think that was quite, I would not say unexpected, but during those final moments, almost, I was leaning towards to go to Esports, but it was sorted in the map. First, let's see what are the highlights that in that match. Cleverly done match for 2-4, and with that jump shot going through Goat Esports. But at the end of the day, that match that was still Goat Esports taking that top spot in match rate as they took down 13 opponents right there, having a 19 overall total point lead. But we have our 2-4 having while getting that winner chicken dinner. So that's just 2 points in them. G slowly getting back on the cloud with 10 overall.
Yeah, and on page number 2, we got a good amount of teams that did not collect any points at all. Fearless Esports got GOA, Burmese Ghosts, and also KE. Unfortunately, didn't have any points at all. So a lot of points pulled up to the top few teams that gave them the advantage in this round. Still, Young they did not score. They hit the top 4, but they still bring in a decent amount of points considering the circumstances that the circle kept going away from them, and they're still able to gain a few elimination points in the process. So they will continue to have that lead at the top, though the stretch is not as big, but the gap is still like very, very big.
Indeed, and now that we are seeing our overall rankings, the movement is being seen from YG. Probably they're still a bit lax at this point. They're not sure. So 140 points for them. But look, huge leap coming from 2-4 in second spot with 71. BMS with 70, APG with 68, Rose with 66, with 63 after getting that number 1 spot during match rankings with 19 additional points. K with 61, GFS with 55, and the rest actually are still near to each other. So again, we are going to see more of these reshuffles among our overall leaderboard takers.
Yes, and our top 4 leaderboards here in this round, that is. Of course, we're going to highlight bots 214 APG. Welcome back. 9 eliminations. So they only have a full squad time of 9 minutes and 18 seconds, but they're still able to get up here as our top 4 teams with a good amount of eliminations together with it. PBMS, not the most eliminations, 4 eliminations, but still making top 4. So at least they kind of close a little bit of the gap with that top, giving them a bit of hope with the 10 remaining games that we still have in the PMCL this season.
Exactly. And again, top 4 teams right there for that match. And now for the match, of course, I believe we should get about it any further, as this would be 214 Kree dealing so much of that damage with that 49%, almost half of that contribution towards that victory with 5 eliminations, 278 damage taken, and at the same time, 2855 survival time as they took those final moments inside of the game. 214 Kree had that chance to revive his teammate. He did that very swiftly, and he was able to as well handle those opponents from Go to Esports at the same time, while also trying to revive again Yumi Boy as he got knocked down. But at the final moments, he did not anymore attempt of reviving Yumi Boy as the circle was already there. And with that jump shot, that winning jump shot, eventually ended GOAT Esports and brought our 214 that winner chicken dinner.
You know, if he was an employee anywhere, he would be an asset just because of how he
Yes.
can multitask. Yeah, that is a very interesting move by him to be able to do all of that and deliver the chicken dinner towards the end. Now, Arame Bros, they scored the first chicken dinner in case you just joined us in Sanhok. And we just had 214 scoring it inside our first Erangel. We will have another Erangel before we go for an extended break. But for now, it's only going to be a short break. And we'll see you guys after this. And here it is, the match before the extended break, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be match number 3 in our official grand final matches for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Erangel.
Now this is gonna be again a question of who will get that winner chicken dinner, because so far we all just had Philippine teams take that home. We had one for Ramen Bro during match number 1 for Sanhok, and one for 214, which just had finished during match number 8. So quite interesting is what we are seeing from the Philippine team. So yesterday was sort of an underwhelming performance in general for the PH, but now they're slowly getting back on track. But for the other teams, let's see how else they would bounce back as well in the second Erangel map for today.
And here is the flight path for Erangel. We're going to see a different flight path here as compared to the one before. It's going to start from the north, just on the right side of Saverny, going all the way down to military base, slightly on the right side of the map overall. So teams who like to drop on the left and need to travel a fair bit. Now, the bigger question, of course, is it going to be a trashy circle, or are we going to see a streak of kind circles from the circle gods this time?
We've seen quite a kinder circle for that first Erangel map, and again, we would want to see more of that trashy circle so that the players and the teams would have more of that challenge, because this is grand finals, hey, so they need to be more creative in how they would enter the circle and how they would rotate actually among all of the teams that they are going to be facing with later on. So with that movement right here, let's see who will take those areas that are a bit on to the western side of the map, and will the circle actually land to that side, or again onto a different spot altogether? Still the both teams, Novripnoy taken by NX, APG taken by taking SMB right here. Sin Esports going to Milta. Whoa, kinder circle against Sir Cloud.
Maybe it looks kind at the start, and maybe it might not be so kind later, because you still have that river, you still have the Yasnaya Lake. It could be still split between the two, and even stage 5, stage 6. So I would keep an eye on that, and I wouldn't mind if that happens, frankly.
Yes, exactly. We would want to see those games happening right here, but with Arame Bro still having Pachinki all for themselves, no contenders right here. So they are gonna have that silent moments of looting inside of the area of Pachinki. So they're not much pressured, of course, at this moment, but if the circle ends up in this spot, they could possibly have that pressure later on.
Yeah, and but no pressure so far for all these teams at this very beginning. Everyone seems to be able to get their own vehicles and move to the spot that they would have wanted without any casualty, as compared to like the game before where we saw a first blood fairly early on. So it's good for all these teams, of course. But that also means that these teams will have a bigger problem to solve. Is that, do they want to play on the northern side where Saverny is, or do they want to play on the main peninsula? So it's more of a roll of a dice this time, until maybe when we reach stage 2, then we'll probably get a better clue of where the circle might end.
And now just looking at the points onto the right side of our screen, a lot more points are actually still needed by the rest of the finalists to get closer to YG. But with YG, I just like their confidence. I like their what do you call this one? Comfort that they are having right here. They're very comfortable. They're just, just adding a bit of those points, and probably to a certain extent where they again feel that pressure when teams are slowly catching up. But for YG, no one is still yet challenging them so far. So again, this would just continue if no one wants, or no one at least tries to stop Yangam Galacticus.
or no one is able to do that. That's also the other argumental point, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
every time YG even takes a fight, um, for the most part, they do win their fights. Of course, they don't win all their fights, and not it will be like tons of chicken dinners, but
Yep.
still, they're able to majoritarily win fights, especially if they move as a team. So that's the challenge that the other teams will need to face up against. And when it comes to pressure on the Young Radicals, I mean, looking at the current stage, they are 43 points ahead of 214. They can easily drop 2 rounds and still be number one.
Exactly. They could do that right here, but of course, this is YG. They would not want that to happen. So, focusing on the rest of the teams, still around the middle, a lot of these shuffles again could happen. Still, changing their rotations, changing their rankings rather here and there. But for the bottommost part, Goa and Fearless are still pinned down to that 15th and 16th spot, just exchanging places with one another before time to quick. That is quite, of course, not so much of a gap there, but for Goa and Fearless, they haven't made so much of those points throughout the 8 matches that we already had.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like just exchanging between the two of them. Like sometimes it's Fearless at 16, sometimes it's Goa at 16. At the point gap between them is only 1 point, so they easily exchange with each
Mm-hmm.
other and pretty much rooted down there. At most, at this stage, they probably would end the tournament at the middle. I wouldn't expect them to be somewhere at the podium spot
Yep.
unless something insane happens to them. But looking at the current performance, it's very unlikely for them to climb that high.
Exactly. Definitely not expecting them to shoot themselves up towards the top, nearing YG. Before our next vanguards right here, also around that middle, rather lower portion of the scoreboard, just behind Sin Esports with 2 points. So again, not much of that exceptional, explosive performances coming from Nexus Vanguard. So they also need that extra push right here. But for BG, I believe I have seen them or the other half of Burmese goals quite near to Bros earlier on as we have panned the camera onto their side. So probably they could have that early battles at the same time. But one more team could be right in front of them, which is Hive International.
Around the corner. I've International with the high ground. So Shalom doing the scouting work. He kind of has an idea that Hive International is across him. Pretty sure that he wouldn't engage all alone. At most, it's like, okay, I'll stay here because of this hill still gives him a decent amount of cover before his other teammates comes by. But no big engagement on the Hive International unless Hive wants to go for it. But even Hive, they don't know where the other members of BG are at. They see Shalom, they kind of know that he's there, but they don't
Mm-hmm.
know where the others of BG are at, so they don't want to take that risk to just rush in onto him just to be punished from the side.
Yep, they don't want to go for that initiation onto Burmese goals. They're sticking on to the safer side, which is, I believe, I think that is much better for Hive International to not engage so much, most especially that they are not sure where are the other players of our Burmese goals. But for PBMS, I think they're hearing those vehicle movements coming in from outside, which is coming from Nexus Vanguards. I believe they're just passing by the area with not actually the chance of approaching PBMS exactly. So they could also not opt to go and shoot them down. But for Goa, again, the team that is on that 15th spot right now, they need to change things up a bit for their team in order for them to have a different outcome.
Mm. And yeah, PBMS, they've been always like being the trailing team, right? Though one of the most significant teams who have improved since game number one, where they had uh, only like 5 starting points in the grand final. So still, yeah, still got to give it to them that PBMS is still putting in that effort, putting in the work to try to catch the young radicals. And you know what? I had this thought in my mind. It would
Mm-hmm.
be interesting or funny, depending on how you look at it, if nobody else other than young radicals has more than 100 points by the end of this round or by the end of today.
Mm.
I mean, we're talking about, yeah, 4 more games to go. They should be able
Yep.
to. But if Young Radicals continues to pull all the points towards them, there's a slight possibility that that might happen.
That is indeed funny in my perspective because that only means that those lower teams could get those points or Yangon Galacticos alone. So that is going to be, yes, interesting and funny at the same time. So let's see if that is going to be possible later on. But with the teams now trying to approach the circle, a lot of them could possibly run into each other. So they need to be extra careful, or at the same time if they would want to get those eliminations they need to weigh things out in order for them to have that better advantage.
Yeah, so let's see. Let's see. We'll continue to monitor the situation. I mean, like for teams like 214, PBMS, it's an average of about 30 points with 4 rounds. If you can't score 30 points, then I'll have a lot of questions there, especially
Mhm.
being like some of the top teams who are up there, who has the best hope of coming up with a surprise by the end of tomorrow. But Chill Guy pulls off the surprise here up against NX. Godspeed will be gunned down.
He will be knocked down right there. Rider, though, they would go for that full rush onto Nexus Vanguards in order for them to secure that elimination and, of course, to add more of those knockdowns. Godspeed, though, will be left alone by his teammates and was not actually put in the vehicle because we all know that we can do that here in the game. Probably Panic was the one that set in our Nexus Vanguards right there, but now more knockdowns will happen, and that is actually going on to go to Esports courtesy of our NX right here.
And here comes a Gold Esports. They try to take out NX. NX from the pan to the fire, they say. It's not stopping yet, but they fight back. Naughty gets maybe. So this could be the start of their U-turn here. NX, 2 active players now. Zai together with Naughty. Lobs nades across, but takes a lot of damage at the same time, opening up the opportunity for Ryder to probably rush in, but because of this nade, Ryder is forced back behind the wall.
Oh no, this is not the best spot that GOAT Esports should be at because earlier on they were a 4 full man strong before they pushed our NX Vanguards right here. But now, as that happened, we just have GOAT Rider up and alive for our GOAT Esports. So not looking good for that team. And NX Zydo already secured our GOAT Esports. Nexus Vanguard still has 3 players and even has that chance to have 4 more.
NX, right now so far, they defended their ground well against Gold Esports. Gold Esports only 1 player left, and that's going to be the support player all the way on the other side. So he's not going to be having any part in this fight anymore. He will continue to survive for a placement points at least. As we shift over to 214, our number 2 team, well, safe and well within the circle. A few teams around them, but because it's only stage number 2, so that's going to be fine. As we move on to stage number 3. Now, this is where I want to see where the circle will go. It will be really important for these teams to decide on, okay, which kind of position they're going to play, whether it's to the north or to the south. So hopefully we'll be shown the circle soon. And yes, goes all the way down to in between Rozok and Pajinki.
Interesting circle right here. Again, we are always seeing bros right in the middle. And I think for day number 2, they have a better anticipation and better predictions of the circle as compared to yesterday, wherein they have that long journey or either they are quite eliminated early in the battle. So now with bros being right in the middle, they can have a better chance. Oh, speaking of our bros, that was a knockdown onto Max Easy K coming in from bro range. With the circle rotation right here coming in from APG, let's see how else they would enter our safe zone. But for bro range, he wasn't able to secure Max Easy K, and that is actually BG Master Itchy who knocked Easy K again.
Long range knock, but not able to secure the elimination point because of this distance and that angle. But more shots onto Team Max. Who's shooting them? Oh, it's going to be KE from another angle. Oh, this is bad for Team Max.
Bad for them because BG is right behind them. Our bros are right in front of them, and one more team can be just around the area. So really a tight spot for our team Max because anywhere they go there would be eyes waiting for their movement. Max EZK, I believe that was the 3rd time that he got knocked down, and now with that revive again, let's see if he would still survive. But for bro Nathan, he has a different clash happening right here in front of our PBMS.
And Team Max, they're still suffering from the amount of teams around them. 1 player still knocked, 2 players active, and they're pretty low. And look at this on screen. We have Master Ichi putting pressure onto them, spraying into the smoke. No hit yet. And finally, it's going to be Shalom taking out Joseph. And BG, they want to wrap things up. They want to claim these points for themselves. So far, they collected 2 points. Team Max, they move away from their last spot. But there's still a lot of teams around them. So they're moving away from the middle of the circle.
Oh no, now with all of those movements, they just need to make sure that they are going to have a fortress later on. And at the same time, that they won't have any contenders for that spot. For Bro Range here, still, they're having that sweet spot amidst that area, and they still have those covers in the circle still with them, so not much movement is required. But for Team Max, they're now just left with EZK and the Dawn amidst this sunken ground around that spot. So we are not sure if they are going to be safe, or there will also be teams who would want to cash in that area. But with the movement of the circle, again, who will that be favoring?
Yeah, at this point, the circle will play a big role. All these teams in the middle or within the circle, but the circle shifts away
Ooh.
for some of those teams. Now on the outer side of Rosal, teams inside of Rosal, GFS, BG, still okay. But for those on the outer side, they have to move in right now. Fern gets KH from Tiny Quick Esports, eliminated. Another point to their team at this point. APG, 2 points, 70 points collected by APG now.
It is quite a slow game, in my opinion, as we are already 15 minutes into the battleground, into the battle, but we still have 16 teams. Not, of course, everyone is complete, but we have Erangel Esports right there, the last player left, and as I've mentioned, that will be our first team to be eliminated. Goat Esports ending on that 60 spot.
That is Gold Esports, the first team to be eliminated, no points at all. But for Pozo, Fearless Esports is now down on the ground. They don't have the circle. They have to win this fight against Sin. Sin defending the ground against Fearless Esports. Now Fearless Esports, they do not have their support player. Support player currently down. Rankin will be burned down by Popov. This is going to be Sin. Oh, they still have Wako from the side. And now it's time for Wako to come in because they have to win the fight quickly.
Oh, they indeed need to win that fight quickly, and with all those nades onto Fearless, Popov will actually have the chance to bail out as they're focused onto getting those nades in. Now they have been left by that last remaining player for our Fearless, and that would be Popov just driving by in front of Team Max, in front of our APG, who aren't actually playing so much of those aggressiveness. Oh, that was Asterex. Supposedly for Sin Esports was almost took by APG Skynet.
And EG will be knocked down by Tiny Quick Esports. APG, on the other hand, they still have other players here, still active on the outside of the circle. They are circling around, gathering information of where Sin is at. FB will secure the elimination point on the top. Oh, this is bad for APG. Now only 2 players left, still playing on the outside of the circle. While Sin, they want to wrap things up. They want to finish them all off. Cool comes in onto the high ground with the nade, but looks like he had second thoughts on that. Okay, just reverse. Nade send across onto Cools. Cools takes a bit of damage. Second nade onto Cools.
Ooh.
Beautifully executed by Skynet to knock him down.
Nice one for Skynet. Unfortunate for Cole, and that is also a direct and instant confirmation from the hands of our APG. But will Wacko land this one perfectly onto APG? Nope, is the answer again. That will just damage Fern a little bit more, enough for him to almost be taken down. But Skynet here also had a lot of damage being received from outside, so they need to hide themselves quite a bit with that use of the utility right here for the smokes. And KE Kaya just trying their best to join the engagement and to go for that third party, but Wacko finally lands that nade onto Fern.
And Fern needs to be safe, but he might not have the time. Skynet needs to move. The blue has arrived. We're talking about stage 4, moving on to stage 5. Wacko is still spending time in the blue as well. Skynet has to say, sorry, Fern. Have to let you go for now. They have to survive for more placement points as Skynet will get into the circle. So far, okay for him.
So far, he is okay right here, but with only 2 players left as well. For Sin Esports, that is their time. And a perfect chance to take down APG Skynet, but actually, that was Yangon Galacticus who took and secured that elimination right there before Goa Clay Jr., who is just driving by in front of our Sin Esports. He still survives because of that ridge in between them.
And there goes again another top contender, APG out. Young Gecko still a full squad, and now they're showing on the elimination feed. They managed to get one knockdown, looking for the secure of that elimination point. Young Radicals from afar, they want to get Clay. Clay is really low. They don't want the point to be stolen away. While KE is now shooting on the Team Max. Team Max loses another player.
They lose another player from the roster, and now KE actually is utilizing that chance to get inside of our safe zone. The Roomies goals will be limited on the 13th spot. At least they bagged home 4 kills for themselves. But for BB Bats right here and Bros, this is now their time to continue the battle that they had earlier. Initiating here is our Harame Bro onto PBMS, going for those nades. Meanwhile, Pretzel is just proning just around and just outside the house that they are at right now. Though Sinwako in the process will be spotted by another team that was KE. Lookie's securing him right there, and Bro Jappy now will be seen by PBMS Pretzel and will be knocked down.
And here comes Miner, proning on the side. He might surprise Harame Bros. Nathan shows himself in front of Miner, but Miner not able to take the shot yet. They still don't know that Miner is by the side. Okay, now Miner shows up. Miner takes out Nathan. And Miner, that'll be shot back by range, but he's still okay. He can still heal up.
He can still heal up, though Jappy now have that chance. Any range here. See a little bit. Ooh, nice. Coming in from. Oh, look at this. Bro range would just be. He is at a huge right here together with Jibna. He is the one who has a bit more of that life deck as well. That DBS from him. Nice knock it down on the side. But Jibna here, again, the last player left. PBMS Pretzel is still up and alive and still has that chance to take them down. So he is quite a bit in a panic mode. Whether he needs to heal up, as to whether he needs to revive Nathan, or as to whether he needs to defend himself, and shrapnels will go to Nathan together with that bullet onto Bro Jibna.
And Pretzel will save Miner. They will be back as a duo, but they have to do it quickly because the zone is starting to close again. Smile for Young Radicals, knocked down by Emas from 214. At the same time, GOA eliminated. And unfortunately, they go out fairly early. Managed to collect one elimination point. That will not change the spot at the bottom. The fact that Fearless Esports has also been eliminated. And next, now on this high ground, we do have Godspeed. This is a decent spot for them to monitor the situation around the area of Rosal.
Indeed, a good spot for them to take, most especially if that will still be inside of our next safe zone as that moves. But Godspeed probably has different ideas in mind right now, and he is anticipating that that will move out. Oh, indeed, that circle actually moved out of their spot. In PBS Minor now, coming from that very nice fight together with Bros, will be knocked down at the same time.
And circle-wise, hard shift towards the left. And guess who's in the circle? Young Good Galacticos again. They had the circle all the way on the left side of it. Oh, man, that is crazy now. Anyway, it's going to be even crazier for teams around the area of Rozhok. They have to leave Rozhok soon. That includes Goodfellas.
That includes Goodfellas. Exactly. So, of course, those pressures, those challenges, they really need to deal with that right away. And now dealing with them is our Hive International Beast. Now here will be beasted by Hive Red with that shotgun in his hand. Though that nade will land perfectly. Coming in from Chewy, he chewed down our Hive Red right exactly in that moment when they were trying to push them onto that rooftop right here. Shaco going down, want to secure those eliminations, but the final blow will be landed by Hive 762 with that DBS.
And that is the end for Goodfellas. Just on the outside of the top 8 to start collecting placement points. Now and next, we'll try to stop Hype International from moving further forward. And at the same time, the zone is closing. So both teams need to monitor their timing, monitor their situation. Hype International creating a smoke bridge, getting onto their vehicles. They might want to try to zoom into the circle, but there will be more teams waiting within it.
Exactly, and with this slow movement coming in from them, oh no, that will actually cost them Hive 762's life. They should have, just went through that area swiftly because that is outside of the blue zone, outside of the safe zone, and they were heavily damaged. So quite an error coming in from Hive International, but at least they have Claude here. They still have Red, and they need to heal up as soon as possible because right in front of them would be our Nexus Vanguards and other teams as well, gatekeeping them.
But Era will be gate kept by NX. Well, not really. A lot of focus onto the front now. Red from the back. He sprays down. He managed to get a couple of them. Lots of damage onto NX right now. NX fully focused onto the front, but he forgot about the back. Emas now we're coming from the other side. Lobs a Molly into the smoke, hoping to score a few elimination points from there. Sends in a nade across, and the damage will be onto WTZ. WTZ finish off by the nade.
Oh no, that is a nice nade coming in from our team Hive right here, though we have Claude being knocked down. Time to Wick joining that engagement. 214 MS coming from outside. Ooh, and Excite running out in the open. Why do you say Cloud though? Knocks down KE Master D2K. A lot are happening. Battles are left and right, but most definitely YG has that biggest advantage again of taking that winner chicken dinner. They still have 4 players strong. They have that circle within them so far as of this moment, and they could have better chances later on. But as High Red just strafes his way left and right through that circle and just going beyond and going right below that spot because he just has a lot of opponents on top of that hill. He needs to find a spot in order for him to be safe.
Okay, finally a challenge for Young Radicals. They do not have the circle. They have to move forward. But a lot of things are happening on the other side as well, so they can take advantage of the situation just like how Red is taking advantage right now for the lower ground. He got 2 of them from the low ground. Beautiful spray by Red, but he's not able to secure the elimination point yet. At the same time, he exposed his position where KE now knows exactly where he is.
Oh no, that is a huge deal breaker right here for High Red because he was on point in taking those knockdowns, but he also received that same damage coming from outside from Kill Enemy. But again, as you've mentioned, struggle is going to be on the side of YG as they are being challenged by those teams who already have their sweet spot inside of that circle. A lot of them are now damaged. At the same time, we have our NX Godspeed damaging KE, who are also forcing them to go out of their places.
And Kaya now needs to save his teammate. Popping up those smokes just by enough time. Nate onto him, takes 50% of damage. Smile at the same time in action, getting Emas from 2-1 eliminating them at number 4 with 3 elimination points. And now we're down to the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, with Jungle Galacticos behind these 2 teams, fighting to be the king of the hill. And here comes Jungle Galacticos.
Oh no, YG from behind, knocking down Godspeed right here. And again, taking that elimination right in front of our eyes. YG Rowing Boy would want to take one more for the count, and this is nade coming from his hands. And that is also the same thing that King Lukis will do onto our NX. And quite unfortunate for Nexus Vanguards that they have both the attention of Kill Enemy at the same time from YG.
Oh yeah, YG now really taking over the situation as KE, they will eliminate our next. Now it's between KE and Young Galacticos for the chicken dinner. And KE, they do have the numbers against Young Galacticos. Young Galacticos, what a player, currently knocked down by Kaya from the side. Surprise, surprise by Kaya.
Surprise indeed. And oh, look at this nade. Ooh, securing Burnout Boy, knocking down Say Cloud with just that one frag grenade. So one more knockdown. Oh no, Romeo Boy. The rest of Young Galacticos will not have one more of the chance in getting that winner with chicken dinner. And now this is the time to shine for our Kill Enemy.
Kill Enemy finally with another chicken dinner. This is the second chicken dinner, one yesterday, one today, and they won it against Young Galacticos. But the news is that Young Galacticos, they still do better than their closest competitors. So they continue to have that lead at the top and they continue to extend it. Though we can't take the credit away from KE, they did really well to manage 2 different teams at the same time to bring this chicken dinner back home.
Yes, indeed. So GG's and kudos to our cool enemy for taking one more of that winner chicken dinner. Probably they have those smiles on their faces as they take one for the count because slowly but surely they are bringing their rank towards the top of the leaderboards. Probably not so near to what YG has done, but definitely a bit and a lot better than what they did for the past matches. K Lugis here with one elimination, Devon with three, Kaya with four, and Master D2K with two. So the highlights first, we will now check that for now. Those were really electrifying highlights that we have seen for match number 9, and that translated to KE having 20 overall points, YG with 16. This is, I think, the most that they had for today. So, with YG again having those points up, I believe they will have 130 at this overall ranking. So, a good job again for YG into widening that gap even further. And for NX here having 14, that is going to be a huge leap onto their points as well.
Too bad for Gold Esports, the first team, the only team to not gain any points at all in this round. 0 points for them. And APG on page number 2 with only 4 points. The other closer contenders, well, at some point, Harmony Pro, at some point, like GFS, they were kind of going for it. And then this round, it's only 1 point, so too bad for them as well. And when it comes to the overalls, again, YG, now they have a 51-point gap.
Oh ho ho! 51 points is what KE needs to do. And at the same time, while doing that, they need to stop the points of YG because it will just again grow and grow and grow like a plant into a tree at the end of the day or even onto the last day of the grand final. But for 214, they're pushed a bit down with 78 points. BBMS with just 3 points behind. Once more, our point is that all of these teams around the middle portion can just interchange with their rankings, and YG is just the one that is quite untouchable at this point.
Exactly, right? The middle teams are just canceling out each other, and YG just running away with it. 51 points. I'm starting to not know what else to say about YG at this point. Of course, they are
Exactly.
at the top 4 teams together with KE, but we also got to give it to NX. They got number 3 earlier on, and 214. They're up here as well with 3 eliminations.
Not much of a good performance coming from 214 here in match number 9 after their winner chicken dinner finish in match number 8. But at least they are still getting those points and not going home with 0 overall. So MVP, of course, would be KE Devon. Look at this, 703 damage dealt and 0 damage taken.
Wow, he was invincible the entire round. no damage at all, but still able to come out with 3 eliminations. Man, definitely well deserved of the MVP. And that was a round ended there. Oh, still YG again, 51 points now. I mean, they can just go offline for the rest of the day and they'll still be at number 1.
Exactly. They're again untouchable and immovable at that point. And of course, because they use techno, they should not and they would not stop at anything. So stop at nothing with techno right here. If you're looking for a device, don't forget to check out Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with the Camel 30S powered by fast gaming processor and 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen. Also, exclusive support to Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free.
Oh yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, these players, they're definitely playing without lag free because of the level of action that they can show to us. And also, if you joined us for the show match earlier on, you probably saw the new theme mode, which is the Golden Dynasty theme mode, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, and it is already out now. For whatever reason, if you have not updated your game, you gotta update it right now because there are a lot of great new features, including the Camel that you can see here on screen, that you can use it as a vehicle. It's an animal, so you can kind of help you navigate around some tough spots, and it can also swim in the water. So you might want to try that out with this new update called the Golden Moon.
Indeed. And one more is, of course, that we are thrilled to announce, of course, that PUBG Mobile will be collaborating with the great DJ and musical genius Alan Walker for our 7th anniversary music collaboration. First track would be Faded, and of course, track 2 and track 3. If you are updated in our PUBG Mobile, you would definitely know about that. And at the same time, I know that you guys are quite thrilled with everything that is happening. So now we are going to go for quite a long break. This is our place to get a win, Sir Cloud, and we will see you again later.
All at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. flex on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head.
And here is the second half of today, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly the halfway mark of our grand finals in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. And we have to compare these two amazing players, Jipna from Harame Bros and Smile from Yango Galacticos. And their elimination points aren't too far apart.
Not too far apart indeed. And with the damage at the same time, that is just around 3 to 400 damage in between them. But for the assists, it is quite much more when with the side of our YG Smile right here with 13 as compared to the 2 of Bro Jibna. And for the team contribution, 27.6% for YG Smile. This also just means that for YG, a lot of them could have that fair contribution among the team, and at the same time goes for Bro Jibna with just a 3-point percentage in between these two players. So both very promising players. Let's just see how well they would be able to play for the sake of the team.
Yeah, but the assist, of course, goes to Smile. It did all work for the team as well, besides contributing to the elimination points. Now we're going to head on to our final Erangel of day number 2 in our grand finals. And so far, though, Yango Galacticos, they did not score the chicken dinner before this. They almost got it. They got second place, but they survived longer than any of their closest competitors. So now it's a 51-point gap. Super duper comfortable up there.
Super duper comfortable indeed, sitting pretty on their thrones is our Yangon Galacticos. And with this, again, just happening all over, all they need to do is just bag home a bit of the points here and there, most especially for the final day, and they would still be on top, most especially if no one will be able to stop the streak that they are doing. But now let's go and head on to our final Erangel for today.
Final Erangel for day number 2 in our grand finals. Here we go. So the flight path, we're going to see a different one this time. It's going to start on the left side of Primos all the way to Stauber. Now, so far, based on the circles, it has been a kind circle day for all these teams, especially in the Erangel matches. Will it be continue on in this match? We need to keep an eye on that. But we have already had good circles. I wouldn't mind if finally we get a challenging one.
Again, we're asking to have that circle that will be quite a bit straight off from this plane path. So let's see later on if that will actually happen. But we already had 3 different plane paths for today's matches of Erangel, and all of which are sort of going to a different direction. So that means this all just tests the best out of our players. And with this movement, of course, SMB, Novoripnoye, Milton Multipower is not as reachable as it was as compared to the previous plane pass. But with the circle, let's see where would that go. We're not yet seeing it right away, but with the players already settling down with their areas, let's see if they will be favored. But ooh, look at this. Quite not a kind of circle that we have here, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, it could pull all the way to Milta, right? And that's going to be really, really challenging for all the teams, especially Milta Power. It's an interesting spot with the circle. I do like it. If it goes all the way there, that'll be pretty fun. And it will force all the teams to like rotate all the way to the right side of the map. And that's where we see a lot of clashes while teams rotate themselves towards that direction.
Exactly. But look at this. Early fights is being received by our GOAT Esports. That is actually courtesy of our Burmese goals throwing those bullets onto their side, but I guess no one is yet knocked down. But on the kill feed, that would be seen FV knocking down one of the players of NXI, and that is a very quick transition over there because in Esports, FV was actually the first one to be out.
Yeah, Sin Esports lost one player early on. And this is bad for them. Make that 2 players now that Wako been ran over by Godspeed from NX. This opens up the opportunity to Tidy Quick Esports to push them down further to number 14.
That is not a good way to start our match number 10 here for Zadaverse in Esports. Of course, they would want to do even better, but it doesn't really translate here to their match number 10. So let's see how else they could actually handle the situation given they only have two players left. I believe that early aggression did not really do them good, and they were actually the ones on the receiving end of that downfall. So hopefully next time they would learn to first avoid those unnecessary kills, most especially that they are a good spot when it comes to the overall rankings.
Well, they have to still continue on. Life goes on, they say.
Yeah.
You will do whatever life gives you. What they
Mhm.
say, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonades out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, you just need to find the lemonade now.
Let's see how they will seize those lemons to turn it into lemonade. But that's gonna be them being squeezed in world. BG, I think they are aggressive very early at the start. They try two teams right there, although no is getting on to that bait. So now they're just going on to their different plans, going in their vehicles right here. But GFS rather is still very much alive, still doing their same thing, still looting. So being on that 11th spot actually is not a bad spot. We're in PMCL again in the Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, at this point, for if we were to zoom in onto Goodfellas after their chicken dinner yesterday, which was great, not gonna lie, a 2v4, they scored against Harami Bros. It's still a top-tier side of performance by GFS. And speaking of GFS, the moment we saw them back on screen, PBMS, the players down.
Oh no, they have one knockdown player on the side of Nexus Vanguards right here with BBMS Minor to secure that elimination. Oh, because they already had this set, and he was actually the one being taken down quite early from the side of Nexus Vanguard. So with a horse, they need to go outside of the battle to get all of those healing equipment back in their hands. But for BBMS, an unfortunate thing that they lost a minor in the process.
It's just too bad for them. Well, again, life gives you lemons. You need to make lemonades out of it. Now same goes for PBMS, who's again another one of those teams in the Chamber 1 spot, but to lose a player like this very early, it's just too bad. Though the bright side is that we have seen multiple times that you play with 3 players, you still can score the chicken. It's not impossible for them, but it's never fun to start off with 3 players.
That could a bit of paralyze their whole rotation and the rest of their game plan. Of course, they need to go to plan B if plan for losing one of their players right here. So PBMS, let's actually see how they would maneuver through this early hiccup in the. But I guess it's still just a lot good. They could still have quite even long. Most especially if there wouldn't be teams, being right in front of them as they rotate through that circle. Now we have your Hive International on our screens, not having best time in day number 2, being just around the 10th spot. So yesterday they had a good. Now I'm not quite sure about Hive.
Yeah, I'm really puzzled, right? Like yesterday, yeah, they had like some games that they went out fairly early, but they were still like, okay, it was top 5, top so on and so forth. But they're now sliding down to like second page. They're on like second half right now, number 10. And the points are close enough down there. The fact that GFS, Team Max, Sin could still catch up to them. So I don't know about Hive International right now. They really need to shake things up. Games are running by. Just like how FRL, another team running by, it's going to be time for Esports to choose to take the fight against them. And the one that goes up from B, but they trade blows with each other.
What an exchange of knockdowns in between these two teams. Look at that sent forth with earlier as well in for time. That is still MV amidst that vehicle right here, but with that final blow onto time to quick. That is a good trade coming in from Fearless, as that was a full squad elimination, and they lost 7 support. At least they still have 3 players left.
And the good news for Sin is that at least Tide Quick Esports will not push them down to number 14 for that to happen for Fearless Esports is still quite a big gap. So Sin will at least still be at number 13, but they can still catch like Team Max, GFS, since a lot of those teams in the middle of the points are very close.
Very, very, very close. And speaking of very close points, we again had that earlier for Fearless and Goa, but now the Fearless got that full squad wipe, pushing down again. Goa back to 16. Look at this. Goa, though, faced with that team on the number 5 spot, and that will be them taking that first elimination. But will they be able to continue to pin down our APG? That is quite uncertain at this point, as Ngapikia receives so much of that damage going for that nade, and his teammates are actually not yet right here. But what a nice attack coming in from Goa. But oh no, the rescues are also being knocked down one by one.
And he's only top right now to find a player, but he's still able to get the final blow onto Goa, eliminating them at number 15 with only one elimination point. ABG will continue to survive. 3 points collected by them, but they lost one player and they will continue to lose firm with the fact that Murdoch,
Oh
Young Gatigos, comes by to collect that elimination point.
Oh no, look at this. Murna boy just joining the battle with that perfect timing in with that final nade coming in from Master Smile. They took down the rest of our APG. I was speechless actually during that moment where APG fully eliminated the rest of Goa, and now here comes YG doing that same thing, making me speechless, wiping down our APG. Everything is just happening quite quick here, Sir Cloud. And now one more battle is gonna happen and bound to happen. BG versus Team Max.
I like how you mentioned that you're speechless, but that you're still talking. So,
True.
I wonder how that works, but I probably need a moment to figure out. Just like how these players, how these teams need to figure out how to deal with young radicals. They drive by, they see a team, they take them out quickly, and that was APG. But now we're going to zoom in onto Burmese goals. They took out the John from Team Max, and from the other angle, Ichi will try to take out the other members of Team Max. Shalom from the lower ground will fall to the hands of Team Max. Team Max, they fight back.
Oh, look at those battles going on right here. 2 for 2 knockdown. No one is yet squad wiped, so they still have those chances. But with the nade coming from BG Lil Yatka, just a bit damage will be dealt onto Max EZK. And with that peak right there, who will take that win? Ooh, coming from below will be Yatka, knocking down Max EZK with that shotgun. But Max Steve here will be there for the rest of the team to knock down Lil Yatka. Now with just Steve and Joseph being on the side of Team Max, they also have actually GFS just watching them from that corner.
He was pretty low, so you need the time to heal up. Spray by Joseph. Now it's payback time onto Burmese goals. Joseph, he will retreat back for now, taking a lot of damage. Lucky for him, he managed to get down, and that hill will provide him that cover support for now. Exit is on the ground, so it's not going to be a problem for Joseph to get back to his team.
Now that he is just pushing a bit forward, they need to secure that elimination onto BG Lil exiting back to the lobby for Burmese goals. They only have one player left, and gladly for them, they were able to bail out.
A couple fun facts since we had Exit on screen. A little birdie told me that he's actually playing from Europe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if that is true, well, if it's not, then well, it's just a fun fact. But that was told by a little birdie. But anyway, too bad for Burmese goals. Now they only have that one player left with 12 other players in the game still. So it's still quite far away for them to collect placement points.
Exactly. And with again going back to the leaderboards, YG getting early 4 eliminations. Guys, stop YG now. Stop YG now, or else this will be a one-sided grand finals, leading, of course, and leaning towards Yangon Galactic. Because look at that, 134 right there. 78 are the points just next to them. That will need a lot of games to be at par with our YG. I mean, I'm also happy with YG and their performance right here, but for those other teams, if they really would want to take that championship title, they need to, of course, challenge YG.
Absolutely right. I mean, for us as viewers, as casters as well, we'd like to see a tight game towards the end. Don't make the remaining few games not matter for the championship. Well, let's close the gap a little bit, people. Let's close the gap. So we'll leave it until the last game to decide who becomes the champion, and that's the kind of run that we'd like to see, the kind of entertainment that we'd like to see. But again, YG, there's nothing stopping them. They are not slowing down themselves. They are not making those big mistakes. They are taking clean fights here and there. And their closest rivals, they just cancel each other. At one point, you see 214 number 2. Now you see KE. At some point, it's PBMS. Sometimes it's going to be like other teams like Hype International. So it's like they cancel each other, but nobody takes care of YG.
Exactly. I just imagine YG, playing the game like la 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 la. But here, oh no, no more la 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 for Yumi Boy, because he has here right in front of him would be PBMSMM, who just were quiet before that moment where he took it down. Yumi Boy right here, but you're taking down MM with that frag grenade onto MM right here coming in from 214. That was an exchange of elimination between the two teams, but let's see where are the rest of the PBMS.
Beautiful short range need there to secure that knock and then to secure the elimination point. Well, you asked about the other members of PBMS. Now we have Pretzel on screen looking at the rotation by 214 into the circle. Yes, Emas in front of him. Emas takes a lot of damage and Pretzel is still alright.
Pretzel is still alright, still alive just amidst this very unprotecting shack in the middle of nowhere. But with that circle movement in the middle would be GFS still again kill enemy. I believe kill enemy always almost has that circle within them as well. So when it comes to prediction of the circle movement, I believe KE also has that greatest chance into doing that. So with them being on that top 3, I believe they could do this even further if ever the 214 actually trips in this battle versus PBMS and the rest that will be coming from outside.
Pretzel is still alright so far, but not so alright the fact that the circle moved away from him. And he still has 214 in front, 214. You might want to try to take him out, but long range spray by Pretzel. One last hit to get his target, but he failed to get Kree.
He failed to get Kree, and Kree is still up and alive, though Michi was taken by our Nexus. Vanguard's not looking so good for 2-1 Kree, most especially that they have that biggest chance on to getting nearer to YG. But with a push coming from Naughty, that will be a confirmation on 2-1 for Michi, actually coming in from YG. So that is pretty interesting right here. YG even taking those kills, and look at this, taking that kill will be Naughty onto Kree.
Nice nade there onto Kree, and now he will secure that elimination point. 4 elimination points now for NX. Beautifully executed. Now the plan is to get into the circle. They're still playing by the edge of the map. We shift forward to the left side of the map. Now we have KE, the winner chicken dinner team of the previous round, now going up against Go.
Ooh, now look at Go there, Ryder riding his way out of this battlefield, though Bunny would need to still hop even further so that he would not be targeted by our kill enemy, but from behind. So just checking the perimeters so that he would not be backstabbed later on before Go maybe also receiving that damage coming in from Fearless. 5 eliminations now goes to Fearless.
And nice gatekeeping here by KE. They score 1 elimination point. They still continue to keep Gold out. Or Gold try to force their way into the circle. One last hit. And let's see if Lukis can actually get it. No, he should be able to slide away. And he's safe for now.
He is safe, and he is not within the line of sight of our kill enemy right there. But here will be hybrid onto our GOAT Esports and for PBMS Pretzel. I commend his bravery right here, being solo, being out in the open, even without much of that heal, still targeting NX. But for Max EZK, that will be almost an easy elimination coming in from Godspeed. Although he has that cover, that would not be confirmed for Godspeed.
Oh, but it's confirmed for Claude. He took out one player out of GOAT. At the same time, KE now in a skirmish against Hype International based on the elimination feed. On screen, we have Harami Bros on the southern side trying to get into the circle. In front of them, they have another team, Fearless Esports, waiting on the left side. already needs to win this fight, and they seem to be interested to try to take this fight against Fearless, but Fearless, they might be interested with the circle instead.
Exactly. Of course, they would want to prioritize that circle right there. But speaking of circle, where would that again shift to? That is the question right now. We have several teams just, being scattered around the map. So, that will actually go to our kill enemy again, still favoring them together with Fearless and a lot of teams just right below. We have our Fearless Bozo wanting to go uphill, but as they go uphill, that would be actually our bro Esports. But for YG Murnau Boy, now that they are being challenged, they have one player taken down.
Playing by the edge of the circle, they still have stage number 5, but not sure about stage 6 later on. KE, they do have that option of rotating towards the left just to avoid all these fights, and that's exactly what they would do right now. They'll stay clear out of all those fights because there's just too many teams on the south.
Exactly. They would have that major congestion later on coming from below. So they really need to think about their decisions right now as to where to take that spot. Will they go to the western side or will they go and join that southern side as Bros will be there? Fearless would be there at the same time. And as they are in their vehicles, actually they would run into each other. Fearless Poser right here will be knocked by Jibna.
They're trading blows with each other right now. Pozo is still down. The other members of Fearless Esports, Pop-Off and Astro X, going to find it hard to save Pozo. Pozo bleeding out. He's held hostage. Lots of damage onto Astro X. He managed to heal up in time. The second nade onto Astro X, and this nade will deal again a lot of damage onto Astro X. Pop-Off will be gunned down. Now only Astro X left for his team. Right in between both KE and also another team in front of them that's still putting out a lot of pressure. Where is he going to go right now? Harame Bros continues to be there.
Oh no, they're trying their best to crush down our Fearless, who is just left with one player right there. Meanwhile, for KE, they're just trying to stay safe at the same time, watching those moments, right in front of them. Fearless and still our bro. We have your Fearless Asterix, the last player left, just hiding himself behind this rock formation. And as GOAT Esports got eliminated, we have one more knockdown onto Team Max.
Somehow Astro X is still surviving at this point. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But how is he going to move forward? Not that he needs to move forward now, but he still needs to get out of the situation.
Ooh.
Now, Young is coming here against Hive International. They're going to crash it onto Hive, spraying into the smoke.
Oh, no.
They've got their next target. Now they're looking for the final member of Hive International behind that tree. But there's also another one behind it. Romeo Boy will be eliminated. Young Organicals goes out, but not empty-handed. They still bring in 6 points.
That is what we want to see, guys. Please, let's have more of those, close fights, eliminating YG. That is what we want to see, because if you don't do that, guys, YG again will add up so much more. Just like even after being eliminated on that spot, they still will bag home 6 more points, widening again that gap onto KE. But with KE right here, still up and alive with a full squad, they have the best chance right here with 80 points already. But with Rose, they also have a good chance here. Nexus as well as Hive International, who just came from that win together with our YG. But it will all depend on the movement again of that circle.
Yes, the circle will play a big role right now. So we're heading on to the later stages of the game. And looks like the circle went towards the left side. Good fellas within the circle.
And them being within that circle, let's just see how else they would, rotate within that spot. Burrows here also need to do the same thing together with Nexus Vanguards. They need to secure that spot as soon as possible, because whoever gets inside first will have the best chance to capitalize the situation. Looking at that Hive 762 now being capitalized by GFS, as they are the ones already inside of that safe zone.
Some of them inside, but some of them not really, including Harame Bros. 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close again, and they're playing just by the blue. They're waiting for the movement by NX before they move in, because they don't want to get backstep while they were trying to rotate themselves into the circle. At the same time, FRL still has that one player, Astro X, on the outside, still alive.
Astro X still managing to survive, but I think this will be sort of his final moments, as it's going to be difficult later on for him to move. Oh, but look at that. Before he goes out of the game, he was able to knock down one of the players of Bro, which is actually range right here. Good thing that he has Jappy by his side in order for him to go for that counter attack and for that cover fires. Now reviving is what they're doing, but just right below them, KE is now wanting them to be wiped out from the map.
Oh, got speed from the lower ground from afar. Takes out Jipna. Jipna now 40% of health. He's currently bleeding out. He needs his teammate to save him. Jipna needs help. Seeing that Godspeed managing another team just right below. They need to create this opening for them to get into the circle. They're still somewhat on the other side of it. Godspeed sprays again out to range. Range gets a bit closer to Godspeed. Range, is he ambitious enough to try to take out Godspeed from this angle?
Oh, I think you would want to go for that one, but Godspeed actually was the one damaging range right there. And with all of those follow-up nades that will land into the bag for Bro range, and he was actually within the range for Nexus Vanguards, and now that he is taken down, I'm not quite sure how Bros would manage to survive this one, as Jibna is also trying to heal Jappy right there, but with NX Bibinati trying to have a peek and a look onto Sin Esports movements, they're also not in a good spot, and NX having the best of their time holding that power position.
Whoa! What a name by Joseph! All the way from downtown to knock down Coles. That's a matter of who was securing the elimination point, and it's going to be Baby Naughty. Naughty move, stole away the point.
Now, look at this. A lot of them are, again, having those engagements as they are on that eastern side, wherein there are a lot of teams happening and fighting with each other. Sin Rankin right there will receive a bit of that damage from that frag grenade, but he's also holding one to try to go for that counterattack onto our Nexus Vanguards. But with this quite of a tight place, it is now a push coming in from Nexus Vanguards, and with that jump shot, he manages to take down one, or will this be one more? But with that final blow going through, Sin Esports are out with 0 eliminations.
And NX now has 9 eliminations to their name. So far, so good for NX, but Circle continues to move away from them towards the left side. And KE has the Circle at this moment. Now it's not going to be easy for Easy to get out of this. The bounce of a nade by Shaco takes out the final member of Team Max.
Oh no, this is now being a bit more intense at this point. Look at this, Hive also has 7 eliminations already, with NX having 9. Both of these teams have the aggression, have the aggressiveness towards their side. So for the rest, just like KE, Bro, and GFS, they need to be much more careful, and they need to look out for these two teams. But when it comes to positioning, NX, though, has that unfortunate spot outside of the circle together with GFS.
And now it's time for NX to come in. Tone is starting to close, as we can see here on screen. They probably only have that one buggy, though. And Godspeed, he is managing. Good fella. Shackle now down on his knees. At the same time, Harami Bros eliminated at number 5 with 2 elimination points. And next now at 10 elimination points, looking to back more out of Good fellas.
Ooh, they all need to have that first initiation onto GFS so that they would not have much of the struggles later on getting inside, and those nades actually went inside our GFS right here. Mazzy being taken down, Shaco as well, leaving them with only that last player right inside, but WTZ would not want them to enter the circle anymore with that follow-up of that Molly right there. Godspeed though, trying to go for that peek onto that side. Newbies again will receive that crunchy nade coming in from NX Zai. Shaco would want to go for that cover, but would not be successful into knocking down our players right above. NX Godspeed though will be seen by Hive 762 as the circle closes on the 7th stage. This is getting more and more interesting.
Interesting for Shaco, the fact that he found an exit into the circle, playing by the foot of this hill, and now he is in it. He will survive stage number 7. Stage number 8 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. The circle will go slightly towards the southern side. Again, KE has the circle.
KE has the circle. Again, I believe they really have that best chance into predicting the circle movement. So kudos to them, and that actually helps them so much to stay within the lines of that safe zone. Meanwhile, for the others, they need a bit of that movement, but with this jump and bounce of that nade, that will not be received by GFS Shackle right here and will still survive.
And Shackle miraculously. Oh, no.
Not anymore.
The Aya curse was
Oh, no.
upon him and he got eliminated. But still a good run there for Shackle. Now, top 3 teams, KE, NX, and Hive International for this chicken dinner. KE looking to make a back-to-back chicken dinner. They're on the southern side of the circle in front of them. Next is going to be Hive International.
This is gonna look good. If this is gonna go for Hive International with the spread that they are having, they just need to get a bit inside of the circle, and they need to manage the kill enemy right behind, or rather right below their spot. For NX Vanguards, rather, actually they still have that good chance whenever or rather when KE and Hive International has their attention onto each other. That means they will be leaving our NX Vanguards to just watch over what is happening.
Now, this is where the chill time before the explosion happens. Hive International, they're pretty spread out by the edge of the circle. But 762, he has to move forward, taking a bit of risk. He sees Kaya on top of the hill. Kaya sees his back. They fire upon each other. 762 down to the last tick of health. Kaya could not finish up the job yet. But the nade sent across onto Kaya. Lots of damage. But Kaya is healing up.
Healing up, and he needs that so much because stage number 9 is already right here, and that will be chasing after them. So the blue zone damage will really be painful, and no one could endure that for a longer time. So High Red also just trying to push forward a little bit as NXI tries to go down with his buggy right there. High Red though is being targeted by NX Godspeed, but not much of the movement is being seen right here, but seen is 762.
Oh, that was a crazy angle there by Godspeed to spot 762, taking it out just like that. And now Hive International, they're only down to 1 player. They're falling apart. KE, oh, that one to Godspeed. And now we've red to find a player for Hive International. He needs to crawl in. He needs to be safe. He needs to survive at least 1 more placement so that he gain extra placement points. 10 elimination points as of now for Hive International. But KE, they're still looking for red.
Oh no, still looking for red right here. That was just quite very fast for Hive International, from 3 players down to 1. So I'm not quite sure how red could possibly get this winner chicken dinner given the situation. This is a very open field, and just like that, bullet just went straight through it. That just gave NX Vanguards that direct access onto his spot, so leaving us the 2v2 situation right here. We have your Zai with no healing equipment on his hands. He needs to quite not be seen by kill enemy.
Oh, and Davan, he has no more space. Stun grenade onto him. That will blind him for a moment. And next, probably going to capitalize onto this. He saw Davan. Davan shows himself. Fire onto Davan. It's going to be Godspeed knocking down Davan. It's only Kaya left. And then next, they would deny KE from a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Oh no, that actually went to Nexus Vanguards, and wow, just wow. Coming from below, now to the top with 1 more winner chicken dinner, as I believe they had one yesterday as well during our match number 3. And now for match number 10. What a game coming in from Nexus Vanguards. They managed to get their way through despite them having a bit of that disadvantage when Zai was heavily damaged.
And they was got a good amount of elimination points together with them. We'll get a confirmation real soon. I believe it was at least 16 elimination points towards the end together with the chicken dinner. So this is a massive haul of points for NX. Beautifully executed by them. And it's not their first chicken dinner, but they need to do more to go up to the podium spot. Nevertheless, right now,
16.
confirmed 16 eliminations for NX, the highest so far in our grand finals.
OMG, 16 eliminations for Nexus Vanguards plus 10 for that placement points. That only proves to us that even though you're coming from below or even around the middle portion, after just 1 game, that could definitely push you towards the top. And that is what NX has shown to us during this match number 10. What a way to end our Erangel matches for today. But first, let's watch these highlights before we move on to the next scene. And those were what happened during our match number 10. So GG's to Nexus Vanguards for taking 26 points home to their points right here. And second to them would be Hive International with 15 overall, Kill Enemy with 9, and Team Max with 8. And I would just want to shout out our people there, viewers from the Philippines, as I believe the live from PUBG Mobile Philippines ended. So shout out to Shuen, to Nick Reyes, shout out to Nina Timon as well. Good evening, guys, and thank you for stopping by here in our English broadcast. I just hope as well that the PH broadcast will be up in a bit. But again, going back to the second page of our screen here with the scores that we had for match number 10, Goat Esports against Cloud was the one who weren't able to get anything.
Yeah, not at all, not at all. And as much as YG, they got eliminated somewhere in the middle of the match, but they're still on page number 1. And again, same story continues on. APG only 3 points, PPMS 1 point. So even 214 only 1 point. They will continue to extend the lead at the top, except for KE, who did fairly well. Now we're going to tabulate the points here, and I'm looking at 49-point gap now between YG and KE. Still, it's 49 points.
That is very, very far still at this point. And again, you know, it sort of gets quite stagnant at this point for YG, still having and being on top. And it is being more of a one-sided battle. Again, I want to push those teams. Please, please, please get the spot away from YG even for a little moment. And then, you know, that would just bring so much of that fire and that spice into the battles. But I'm not, of course, also complaining, as YG is doing very, very well. And they really deserve that spot being on the number 1. But anyone else aside from YG, again, they have those points close to each other, so everything can still happen. Anything can still happen at this point. But with the top 4 teams being here on the screen, this will be NX Vanguards, Hive International, Kill Enemy, and Team Max. Going back to the point that NX had 16 eliminations in just one match.
Yeah, that's the record now for our grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. 16 eliminations in the match is the highest so far that we have seen. And it's also a rare occasion that we don't see YG in our top 4 teams. So great work by all these other teams. Now, before we head on to the following match, of course, we have to crown our MVP. The guy who did so much work this time around is going to be Godspeed. 4 eliminations, 1,340 damage, former Genesis Esports player, and he's showing his value towards NX now.
It is really a good thing to note, as one of the commenters on YouTube has said, Zai West duo, both from Genesis Esports, now here in Nexus Vanguard. So, for those who are wondering, Godspeed is actually West before from Genesis Esports. So, with that 1,340 damage single handedly dealt by Godspeed right there, that was really, really very commendable and very impressive of Godspeed. So, that had been our matches for today. We had one for the Harame Bro and Sanhok match. Sanhok map rather, we had one for 214 during the first Erangel map. Second Erangel went to Kill Enemy, and the third one, which just concluded, went to Nexus Vanguards. Now we still have two Miramar matches ahead of us, so now we are going to go for a very, very short break, and we will see you again later. And now that we are here for our first Miramar map for today, I'm just quite excited. So glad how this will turn out.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Because we're switching up the maps right now, so it's a fresh new map for everyone, and everyone would have had the chance of learning from each other from the yesterday's two maps in Miramar. So we're gonna see what kind of Miramar we're gonna see this time, especially when it is day number 2 to set the tone for the final day that will happen tomorrow. Circle, of course, we have had kind-ish circles yesterday, lots of land, but we haven't got like a side circle like an Impala or even like a Lost Eagles. So I wouldn't mind that kind of circle with these two Miramars. Maybe at least one of them, please. But anyway, Miramar it is, people. Second last game for today. Let's head on to it.
Heading on to Miramar right here. This will again shake things up for all of our teams coming from one map to another. Once again, playing path is just gonna be coming from northern side towards Spartana right here. The likes of El Pozo, La Cabrera would not be so easy to be achieved by our teams, to be accessed by them, but right now the most of the main areas in Miramar is quite achievable.
Oh yeah, the flight path is pretty nice. Well, they can have all the nice flight paths that they want. Cool with that. Circle is where the big thing comes in. And we'll need to wait and see where the circle will go. So far, some early drops here. Gold Esports gonna drop on the northern side. Same goes for PBMS, so they're gonna stay away from the competition. And speaking about competition, even yesterday in the Miramar matches, we didn't really see big early fights very early on. Lost Learners only at one team, Team Max. They will have the entire city for them to loot for. I don't see Time to Quick Esports actually going there to share the spot together with them. And Team Max, they know that. That's why they have a good widespread in Lost Learners themselves.
Exactly right there. But look at this circle. Ooh, we might be having a possible circle that is leading towards what you've mentioned earlier around the area of Impala or even around the area of Puerto Paraiso. So that is yet to happen later on. But with the movement of the teams right here, we already have Sin Esports trying to loot this spot for their team.
Oh yeah, I love this circle. I love this circle, especially if it goes to Impala, one of my favorite end circles to be in. It's very challenging, multiple levels. Whether you play for the high ground, low ground, different challenges. There's some houses around the area, and there's also that possibility that the circle might go towards the coastline, so that's going to be really challenging as well. So I'm hoping that the circle does go to Impala at the end of the day.
That is going to be interesting. Just like what we have seen during the final moments again for PMGC 2024. Those water area island moments on the eastern side of Impala, on the eastern side of Puerto Paraiso. So let's see if that is really going to happen. That is going to be a mind-blowing action coming in from most, if not, of course, those remaining teams inside of the game. But going back to the leaderboards, again, same storyline, YG on top, KE and everyone else around the middle, and now Fearless pushing down Goa. They're still staying on that 16 spot. So not much of things are drastically changing amidst our leaderboards overall ranking. So let's see how else this would turn out and how this would actually end in the first Miramar map for today.
Well, a small change. We're now 49 points between YG and who's at number 2, because the number 2 keeps changing now and then.
Yeah.
KE, at least they held on to the second place spot, so that's pretty nice. That's pretty okay. 49 points, including this round. 7 rounds more to go. 49 points. Well, you know, roughly 49 points is almost okay. If it's 60 points, that's almost like a whole day's points for a top team. But another top team lost a player, 2-1-4. Lost a player very early on.
That is indeed very early for the 2-4 esports. The rest are still busy, with getting all the equipment that they would be needing. Meanwhile, they are already struggling with that first casualty from their team. So 2-4 esports now slowly being pushed down a little bit further in the leaderboards. I'm just hoping that they would be able to bounce back later on. Because look at that. And next, just after that very explosive win during that final Erangel moment, are now here in the third spot.
Yeah, NX, not bad, I must say, especially with the fact that they scored a lot of elimination points in the previous round. They shoot themselves up to the third spot right now. Though it's the same case of like everyone in the middle pack is just canceling each other. But if they can be consistent, who knows? We haven't really got a consistent enough team second place onwards. That's the thing. So I really want to see like teams like NX, like KE, maybe 214, all these other teams to really be consistent enough.
Exactly, because again, that is a huge, huge, huge leap coming in from Nexus Vanguard. I also would want to see that from the other teams because they, were around the spot of number 8, I believe, and now jumping onto number 3 after just that one match. That could happen to anybody around the middle portion. So that's quite interesting to see. And now going back to 214 Esports, Yumi Boy having his signature golden Murado still in his hands. Will this be a foreshadowing that they will have a gold finish here in this match? We are yet to know.
And you know why like the significant leap happens like almost every round? It's because of all majority of the points are being pulled out by younger Galacticos.
Yep.
So that makes like number 2 onwards, everyone just has a small gap. Like KE NX 2 points, and then NX and 214 6 points, and so on and so forth. So only one good round, it could flip like one team all the way up to the podium spot just because of the points are being pulled by younger Galacticos.
Yeah, I know. Probably some of the viewers are already tired of us talking about Yang and Galacticus, but that is indeed the definition of the grand final so far. Yang and Galacticus. Yesterday they dominated overall. That's why they were on top before we started this day number 2. And they are still here after almost finishing day number 2. So it is indeed quite safe to say that the grand finals definition so far is Yangon Galacticus taking that sweet, sweet spot on top of the leaderboards. Not unless, of course, there are other teams who would be able to switch things around, be consistent, and at the same time stop YG from doing what they are doing.
Don't worry, it's not only the viewers. I'm also starting to not know what to say about younger Galacticos right
Exactly.
now. It's like it's them again. It's them again. Oh, they go
Yeah.
out somewhere in the middle. It's fine. They still get like 6 points. It's them again. Oh, they're in the top 4. Great. Oh, they got second place. Yeah, cool. Oh, they got chicken dinner. Nice. You know, that sort of thing. It's like rinse and repeat now for younger Galacticos. I can totally understand the sentiment of the viewers, but I can also understand the excitement of the fans of younger Galacticos, the supporters of younger Galacticos, because
Yep.
they're probably now preparing like a party just to celebrate their favorite team potentially winning this tournament.
We might, we might get invited. We are gonna invite ourselves, Sir Cloud and I, to the party of Young and Galacticus, as we have been mentioning them all throughout the grand finals. But again, no matter what happens to Young and Galacticus, I believe they are gonna stay there, and they would not let teams again easily take this spot because they have held on to this for the past 2 days. So for tomorrow, in any case that everyone else would go rampage and would go, all out and do those do or die moments, I don't think they would be replaced that easily. But if any case that it would be, well, that is going to be exciting for all of us.
Well, yeah, for the sake of entertainment, it will be exciting if that happens. So it's really up to like right now the teams are at the top there, KE, NX, and so on, to not like have a yo-yo sort of performance and to try to find a level of consistency. And Circle not
Ooh.
so consistent. It pulls away from where majority of Impala is at, and now we have majority of Circle around the area of Lost Learners.
Well, at least that is not gonna give them that trouble. But the usual circles that we see are always ending up in the land area, so not much of an excitement for all of us. But it would be a sort of a safe space for our teams right now. But for Team Max, as I believe they dropped around the area of Los Leones, They would just need to move a bit towards the western side in order for them to be quite safe. But for Bros here, oh no, they have this one more contender again facing with our Kill Enemy just right in front of them. But Kill Enemy decides otherwise, they would now leave the scene.
Yeah, decided not to take that fight. Still unnecessary for them because we're only stage 2 and they want to maintain their pace towards catching Young Galacticos at least. And good decision, I would say, for KE, because if you go out right now, it's going to be 0 placement points for your team, and that's definitely not going to be good news. Sin, another team that at some point it looked like, hey, they can somewhat be in the podium spot, but a yo-yo performance by Sin. And we have on the elimination feed APG coming in with a knock onto Burmese goals.
Oh, now with Burmese Goals having that first knockdown from their end, let's see if they are going to be able to go for that reset right here. But for Goas, they are on our screens. Still there on the most bottom part of the leaderboards. I would want to see Goa actually rise up, just like what Nexus Vanguards did. But first, let's move on to our time to pick versus our GFS right there. All of the efforts of KH to knock down GFS Shackle are actually put to waste because he is still up and alive and unbothered actually by all of those bullets thrown.
And here comes Goodfellas taking the safer route, rotating all the way to the south, hugging the coastline in. So this is a fairly safe route, I must say. But there are teams on the high ground here waiting still, playing the gatekeeping role. One of them is going to be time to pick Esports. Zuki saw them. Zuki will try to stop them from coming in, but Zuki cannot spend too much time there because his teammates are kind of far away. If he gets knocked, there's a risk that he might be eliminated.
Risk of being eliminated is actually on the side of Bro Jappy right there, receiving those bullets coming in from that mini 14. And now with the movement of our PBMS towards the center of the circle, movement is again gonna happen right here. Interesting if it's gonna end around the area of Los Leones. So we all know there are a lot of houses and buildings right there. So let's see right now. Oh, it's actually not gonna end on the area of Los Leones. It will just comprise a bit of Impala and most of the open areas.
Yeah, good thing. I'm not a fan of urban warfare, so it's nice that it moved out of Los Leones. But kind of nice for Zuki right now. He managed to land a decent amount of damage onto Miner from PBMS. KH is on the other side, but not so nice for KH. Scotty got him instead.
Oh, let's look at here as PBMS Caddy now took that win with that battle. They're slowly, of course, wanting to climb up the leaderboards, but the team who doesn't even need to climb up the leaderboards are also having their chance of getting those eliminations right there. But though that was not secured yet, we have their time to pick Zuki right in front of our Yangon Galacticus, and KE Kai was knocked down in the process. Gus here will still have to need that revive, and Zuki though will also follow the footsteps of his teammate right there, and that is courtesy of YG Say Cloud. And with the joining of our Goa, this is going to be a nice third party, and that would not end there because just around there of Impala, I believe that is our PBMS wanting to also hop in.
Oh, Nade into the building. Okay, just on the outside. Say Cloud is fine. Another fire by Clay this time. Clay tries to land his shots against Young Radicals, but again, Young Radicals, still doing so well to defend themselves. They send a nade across onto Clay, but instead, Cloud was the one to get a play of Goa. 0-2-2, gun down, and another point goes to Young Radicals.
One more point to Yangon Galacticus. They don't need those points actually, but they're still doing their best. So at least I would just like to commend them again for not slacking off and still trying to farm those eliminations as much as possible. But with Goa Clay Jr. right here, right in front of them, will they go for that round 2 of YG versus Goa? A big risk for the side of Goa, but I believe they have nothing to lose at this point, and that is going to be a high risk, high reward moment in any case that they are going to be able to wipe out the rest of YG.
Well, they might not need those points, but what else are they going to do, right? So might as well. Might as well, right? Might as well. Yeah, 3 points now for Young Galacticos, doing pretty nice. NX, all right. We have them on screen right now. WTZ alone trying to climb. You know what they say? If you don't manage to do it once, you do it again.
Try and try until you succeed. For our teams right there doing their best, just as long as there are matches too, they just try and try again and try again. But of course, with the acknowledgement of the lapses that they have done and with the application of the knowledge that they could still apply. Because of course, if you are still gonna try the same thing and you are gonna push with that same mistake, because that is a different story altogether. But here, the story is going Jeffrey is being chased by those bullets coming in from PBMS Caddy and a few more that would take him down. But fortunately for him, he manages to escape so far.
And Scotty failed to get that elimination point, but that's okay. They need to think about getting into the circle first. That's going to be the main priority. Now they're going to come in, but still a lot of teams around them. And on the elimination feed, we have Astro X taking on Shaco from Goodfellas.
Oh, we are now seeing this. Our Guardians of Angel still having 2 players left, though we have one more battle going on. That is onto APG. Nangax will be taken by BG Will Shalom. Max Steve now onto NX right here, and AP Fern will be knocking down BG Will Yatka. I would just like to mention APG. They are, of course, they started this grand finals with, of course, the biggest advantage with those head start points, but now being on that 6th spot, they are showing quite a mediocre performance for the APG that we have known for the past 2 weeks. It is really quite different.
Exactly. They are slowly sliding down. So, I wonder what's happening to APG. Hopefully, we get a comment from APG. Maybe after the tournament ends or something like that. Because I really want to know what's happening with APG. It's a very different performance as compared to what we see during the league stages. GFS lost another player. This time to the hands of Fearless Esports. Astro X will get Chewy, trying to secure that elimination point. Pop-Pop looking for the remaining members of Goodfellas, while at the same time the blue is closing. Newbies and Shaco tries to survive this, but they are heading towards the blue, and look at the blue. It's
Oh,
on to
no.
them.
Barely surviving as GFS newbies, but at least that would be him being inside. Now, moving on to a different battle right here. This would be NX versus Team Max, and the Jaw received a lot of damage actually. Now we have NX Zion too. Max at sea, then now with no defense still for the side of Team Max, that will be them having one more knockdown. But also that is the same scenario for our Nexus Vanguards, as they still have Zai, the only one alive, and still trying to revive Naughty right here. But for Max EZK, he's targeting Fearless from quite afar. So this is once more a chance for Team Max to get those points right here.
And Shaco gave himself away to the blue. That means that Goodfellas, they became the first team to be eliminated. 2 points collected through eliminations this time. And Zai, well, from a 16 elimination game chicken dinner to now only 1 player left with 15 teams in the game still. It's going to be pretty hard for Zai right now to survive this one. He needs to get into the circle. There are still teams in front of him.
For Nexus Vanguards, probably they were the ones who received that winner chicken dinner curse, wherein if you get a chicken dinner from the previous one, the next one would not be highly favoring you so much. And that is what we are seeing for the side of Nexus Vanguards. But with the movement of the circle, who will be highly favored by that? We are not yet quite sure at this point. The APG top will be spotted from outside as well, and that would be BG trying to pin them down. But with the movement, a lot can still have that advantage and that favor, but for PB Muscati, he's just, trying his luck to get inside of the circle and not minding those fighting teams where he just passed by.
Yeah, being the final player for PBMS, Scotty has to do it for the team now. Support! Took a lot of damage, and now he is down. Pop-Up is there. Astrox is calling out for help as well, and they are not in the circle yet. Still, there are many teams in front of them. They still have the time to reset and back as a trio, but the time is not on their side when it comes to the blue. Young Galacticos, again, now in action, playing by the edge of the circle. They have the chance of scoring more elimination points with the teams around them.
Let's see. How else this could happen? Look, that KE Devando will be spotted by Team Max and Exai. Oh no! As I've mentioned, they are quite near to being at the receiving end of that winner chicken dinner curse, and that is exactly what had happened right there before KE. We have them now facing it with Team Max. Max John with that M249 and knocks down KE Lukis, and with that push and with those additional damage coming in from those nades. What an angle coming from Easy K. That was indeed an easy kill.
Oh, okay, but not so easy for Team Max. Team
Oh,
Max are now 2
no.
players now, but again, again, KE eliminated the closest team to Young Galacticos again.
Oh my gosh, Sir Clouds. This is really a YG sided battle right here. I'm not quite sure how else we are gonna mention it, but now Max Joseph right here, right in front of Bro Jibna with that bullet right through, and one more is alive. Four side of Team Max, but Bro Jibna again slowly but surely want to take those knockouts right here, and that would be Max Joseph and Max Easy K being completely wiped out. We still have one more player, but I don't think they know where he is at right now, so they need to be extra careful because he could be the poison of Harame Bro.
Oh yeah, because right now technically he's in front of them, but he's behind that kind of like a mountain. So I guess he wouldn't want any piece of this fight anymore. Well, Young Radicals now 4 elimination points. They are 140 points now. Yeah, people. Yeah. Even if you want to go next, it's going to be like NX. They're out. PBMS only 1 player. 2, 1, 4, 3 players. This is again another runaway game for Young Radicals.
You know, we might be tired of always mentioning YG, but again, going back, they're really the name that had been, being very dominant of the battle, so worthy of being mentioned. But for APG, worthy to mention as well that they started strong, but now slowly but surely their performance is declining. But with Max DeJohn here, as I've said as well earlier, he could be the poison of Harami Bro, and that is what he gave to Bro Jappy right there.
Right, yeah, I'm going to put this out there, right? Remember earlier today we talked about like the possibility of no other team other than Young Galacticos scoring more than 100 points.
Oh no,
It
yeah.
is still a possibility.
Oh no, that could indeed be a possibility right here with the likes of BBMS and 214 being the next ones in line. They don't have much of the points. BBMS is also on the verge of losing the rest of the team. 214, yes, they still have 3 players, but I'm not quite sure if they are going to be able to take enough points to reach that 100-point mark. Oh no, that is a good observation right there, Sir Cloud, because again, indeed, that could be a huge possibility.
Well, it will be interesting if that happens. 2 days, no other team other than the number 1 team scoring more than 100 points. That is almost like a record if you ask me. Anyway, here comes none other than Yaku Radicals. They were easily sprayed out to Astro X. He can't go anywhere. He's pretty low right now. He doesn't have his teammates beside him, but his teammates can't fire back because of the position that Yaku Radicals has right now. And they got that knock. They will be able to secure that elimination point immediately, taking out Pop-Off and also Astro X, Fearless Esports out.
They are out exactly right at the moment with stage number 6. And we have here YG still alive. 6 eliminations. I don't know, Sir Cloud. I don't know. But for now, oh no, once more. Oh, we have here that knockdown onto our Young Galactic. It gets exciting, if Young Galacticus gets on the receiving end of the knockouts. We have Versailles Cloud being taken down. But we're not yet sure if bros are gonna go for that push. I think they are gonna deal with that one with those nades pushing through, but nope, that would not connect so much and will not be able to secure that knockdown. And again, 2-4 being out of the game, having less of the chances for other teams to reach that 100-point mark.
Oh yeah, next PBMS only 1 player. Next is gonna be Hive. Next is gonna be Harame Bro. Oh man, this is starting to be almost a reality. But let's let this round end before we make some more theories here. Hype International, Dale, gunned down by Shalom. Shalom all alone here. He's almost securing that elimination point. Exit will be saving his teammate Yatka, so they should be back up still. And there's still a lot more teams around them. Dale is now calling up for help, while Sin is coming in from the other side.
Oh, now that he is coming from that other side, challenging our BG right here. Nate will now be thrown by Sin Cole, although Sin Caps. Oh, I think this is the first time again that I'll be seeing Caps inside of the game in a replacement of FV. So with that Nate, let's see if that will land perfectly onto BG. Actually, that would not. So with the movement of the circle again, who will be actually lucky into taking a portion of that safe zone. As BG and Sin Esports are just circling around each other, not much movement is going to be seen. Before Bro Jibna, he actually knocks down YG Stay Cloud and takes that one for the count. But going back to those eliminations dealt by YG, they are now already at 8.
8, 2 more to make it a 10, and it's still very possible for Young Radicals. As for Sin, looking for the possibility of them winning this fight against Burmese Ghost because they need to cut through them to get into the circle. Burmese Ghost will play the gatekeeping role at this moment as Caps, and he's playing this round. Okay, anyway, Caps now looking for an angle against Burmese Ghost. He sees his target right in front of him, but nobody is on that molly. Caps circles around, he sees another target, and it's going to be Yatka.
Now Dazzle Yatka, but from afar there are bullets just running through his spot, and that is coming in International. Good thing for Cap that he has that cover right in front of them. Another battle right here. YG versus Gold Gas. After Smile receives, so that is actually also coming in from Hive Red from behind. Nice spot for Hive during that moment and joining those parties now down for the count. For Young and Black, because Romeo Boy will be one of the remaining players. That is if we want being challenged, but they still went away with 9 eliminations.
Frankly, it probably wasn't necessary for Romeo Boy to make that move, but I believe that at the back of their minds, it's like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, we have 9 elimination points, everyone else closest to them have been eliminated, so we just do whatever we like.
Do or die. Exactly. During those moments. You know, they don't need to think much of their actions right here. So probably that is one of those moments seen right here. Exhibit A. Before this battle right now for BG and our sports, that will be Yatka going down, coming in from Caps. Although Caps will be spotted as well with Master Great an elimination. But although Gold was right securing that elimination, Hype 762 on the other hand joins that battle to BG, and now BG goes out to have PH teams and one Myanmar team competing for that winner chicken dinner.
We are at stage 8. A lot of these teams do not have the circle. Sin right now against each other, and Red get knocked out by Jibna. They got another one. They got Wako looking for the other members of Sin. That's Smoke around control of this current situation. While Hive International on the other side putting pressure to both teams. Cool is still alive representing Sen, and he's still on the outside of the circle, so he has to make a move soon. While on the other end, of course, it's Gold Esports just watching the elimination.
Indeed, he just needs to do that because he doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't have any, and he doesn't have else to do before Hive Claude. What he has to do is knock down and join those engagements, and that is exactly going to the bros right now. Sin goes very quiet, not even bro.
Surprisingly, shows himself the moment he does. He takes a 2 from Hive now. Sin pulling off a surprise.
Surprise attack indeed. That was him actually pulling off that no breathing moment, and then when that buggy just went right through him, that was his chance. But also Hive Claude had that chance because his teammates were eventually taken by that last player from Sin Esports. Now we only have Bros, Hive, and our Gold Esports right here on our page number 8, and that closes later on. I'm sure who has biggest favor, probably the Bros, probably the GOAT having that compound, but it will all rely on the movement again of that final circle.
Well, the compound might not matter much soon because we are at stage number 9 right now. It's a 3v3 v1. Who was called this chicken dinner? Army Bros Hype International Esports. Now the zone is starting to close. Those by the edge of it will feel the wrath of the blue. Claude especially because he's right beside it.
This is interesting at this point. Really intriguing. Oh, look at that. Hive Claude will now be out. So this will all just boil down to the GOAT Esports or the Bros. And their Bros being spotted by their default. They would not him to let go. So that is an instant confirmation onto Bro Gymnast. So 2v3 is what we're seeing. And this is a nade coming from GOAT. Maybe will that land perfectly, but not that. Well by range.
A bit of an overshot with the Nate range to surprise, deals a lot of damage on the maybe. And now Nate going for the flank. He is crawling towards getting into a better position to try to overcome GOAT Esports. But even the Molly forcing the opponent to move right now. Range is navigating around this hill. Ryder is closest to him. Bunny is just right in front. Range as well. Range with the UMP. Is he able to come out with a big one? Lot of damage at the range, but from the side, Nathan gets Ryder.
Well, this is actually a good chance for them to but with 12k and its high damage power, that was an elimination onto the GOAT Esports. But wow, what a clutch coming in from Harame, bro. One more winner chicken dinner for today, and this is their second for day number 2.
All you can count as the third, including the show match, depending on how you want to look at it. But it's also, of course, when it comes to the official match, second chicken dinner for Harame Bros. So great work by Harame Bros. Looks like the curse didn't really affect them that much.
Probably not, as they are again here on our scene. So I'm just, happy with this team that they're slowly getting back to the rhythm. As we all know, the Harame Bro is a defending champion of the PMCL, of course, with just a different lineup, but we still have here range right inside of the battle. So looking forward to what else, and of course Jappy, to what else could happen for the Bros here in Grand Finals of the PMCL Southeast Asia Spring for 2025. Again, kudos to the Bros for getting that chicken dinner.
I really want to see how big of a gap right now are the points between like these are the teams, including Harame Bro and also the number 1 team, of course, just to see whether it's still possible for them to catch up to the number 1 spot with 7 more games to go.
We still have a lot more of matches to go, and that is, what adds up to the thrill that we are all gonna have. That it's not hopefully gonna be all about YG for tomorrow. Most especially, we would want them to close that gap very tightly, and that for the final moments that we are not sure who is gonna win, but I think that is still far from happening as of this moment that we are speaking. But again, for the Bros, good job for them. 2 thumbs up, as their logo says here. For the other teams, let's see how else they could actually try to do better games.
Yeah, last we checked, a lot of the teams, like second place onwards, again, it's the same story. All of them got eliminated before Younger Galacticos. And that top 3 spot, number 2, number 3, number 4, perhaps, it will just continue to change among them again. So same story, even like KE, they couldn't like put off a good performance in this round. Probably it's a map change or something, but because of their early exit as well in this Miramar match, they probably might lose the number 2 spot. But we'll need to wait and see the total scores, especially the points collected by Harame Bros this round.
Exactly, and we might be seeing a bit longer here on the winner chicken dinner scene. For everyone who is watching here, don't forget to like and follow and subscribe, no matter where you are at right now, whether you are on YouTube, whether you are on TikTok. I'm not quite sure though if you have a TikTok live, but if you are on Facebook and on YouTube, don't forget to like follow and subscribe to the pages of PUBG Mobile Philippines and PUBG Mobile or Philippines Esports, and the main feed, of course, PUBG Mobile Esports. And thank you so much, guys, for sticking with us. Don't forget, of course, you might want to follow Sir Cloud. I know that you guys are a follower of this very amazing guy. But if you want to follow me as well, it's at Aya Plays with a triple S at the end. So it had been 11 matches overall, Sir Cloud, for the grand finals. What can you say so far?
Oh, what I can say is that it doesn't cost you anything to give us all a follow.
Yeah.
Just say. We wouldn't mind a bit of love here from the audience as well. We're very easy people to find. We're on multiple platforms. All the platforms that you can think of, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and all that. So feel free to drop us a follow. We do appreciate it a lot. So we'd like to see you on outside of the show as well, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, bros. Well, I guess overall what we can say about the current tournament is that I wanted to point out this, right? To the best of my memory, in PMCL's history, this is probably the biggest gap or the biggest dominance so far that we've got from a single team. Even like when GE had its prime time, even like during Army Bros with their own prime time and so on, the gap has not been this big.
Definitely. So it just proves to us that there are differences during this PMCL Spring Split 2025, and it all just gives us that chance to study what else happened, what else went wrong, what else could be better for the teams right there. Though they wouldn't have enough time to do that for today, but probably for tomorrow to prepare for those battles. They need to be fast, they need to be quick to adapt with everything else, because they just have that one final chance for tomorrow and 6 final matches to play in.
Oh, excuse me. Just happened to came at the wrong time. Anyways, so yeah. Let's see here. I'm just doing the math, right? So on average, if there were like 6 games, so if we were to look at like regular screams where it's like pretty balanced across, normally in a day, if you were to do well, you would collect like 60 points. So I'm just putting this out there, right? If Young Galacticos can end the day with 60 plus points, I wouldn't say that, the rest of the day doesn't matter for them. But the gap is so significant that mathematically, based on other examples, tournaments, scrims, and all that elsewhere, they could have been crowned champions even by game 1 itself.
Exactly. So they still have a long way to go. And I'm just looking as well with the points that we had for the spring split for last year. I believe that is also, if this is correct on Wikipedia, that was a total of 70 points in between Genesis Esports and Young Galacticos during those moments for the spring split in 2024 for the grand final. So might not be too big right now for our differences that we are seeing in 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Spring, but we're going back to the moment that it is not easy to catch up with YG.
Yeah, and I guess just because of the fact that everyone else is just canceling it out each other at this point. It's not like, so you have YG on top, and then you have another team that is like pushing it. The fact that the number 2, number 3, so on has always been changing, that of course just opens up the window for YG to just be very comfortable at the top.
Exactly. And I'm really just imagining Young Galacticos each and every time that they are just enjoying their moment. They're just trying to push themselves even further in the battle, even though they don't need to, because as you've mentioned, what else would they do? So they just want to get all of those points, of course, and try to test their limit at the end of the day. So again, let's see what will happen to these teams, but I was really looking forward to how else those underdogs, how else those teams from the bottom would want to have their fate change inside of the battle. So now that I've checked again for that spring split during 2024, that was 60-point gap for that very remarkable Southeast Asia spring or Southeast Asia summer split for the bros. That was a 1 point difference onto Austria, and for the fall, that is around a lot actually of points, 19, 39 point difference for 31 rather point difference of Harame Bro onto Kill Enemy. Am I correct with my math? I'm not quite sure. I believe that's all actually 39. 39. My brain is quite sleepy at this point, but I believe that is around 39 points, yes, in between Harame Bro and Kill Enemy. So at this point, I think we're still on the right track with the difference of Yang and Galacticus and whoever gets that second spot. So, yes, but if I am to be asked, I would want to see that Harame Bro Austria point difference with just one.
And that would be like almost like last season when Austria Esports was like close and it came down to the final game, right? Yeah, and that was of course really, really exciting to see. It's always fun to see like, oh, okay, that moment where you go down to the last game and then maybe even the final few circles, that's really, really exciting to see. Now, we're not sure if we'll get to see that tomorrow or maybe the last few games will just be placements for number 2 onwards to see who gets the second place. And of course, that determines the prize pool that they will get. But at the end of the day, of course, there's only one team to get a trophy, just like any other competition. So, yeah, I guess to add to the excitement, if we were to be able to somehow at this point, now it's like copium level, right? It's like somehow like we'll get to see that at the last game tomorrow, then that's going to be cool. If not, our conversation is going to be just around like, oh, who's going to get the second place?
Exactly. We are not sure about that at this point. So for those asking, yes, we still have one last match later on after this game. We're just waiting for the production to finalize all the things. We're not exactly sure as to what is happening as well at the back end, but most definitely you are gonna see that final match together with us later on to end the day for day number 2. And there is just one comment that I saw here. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name, but it's Kiao Myo Win. I miss GE. Definitely a lot of teams, a lot of viewers as well miss Genesis Esports being inside of the game as together with their full roster. But now that we're seeing the likes of GE West in NX Godspeed's name and at the same time NX Zai together, that's the most that we could see for Genesis Esports for now.
Yeah, the teams that they join, they are generally have their own highlights, right? So it just shows that post GE, they still have good careers within themselves, and it's still nice to see that. And I understand the sentiment that GE has garnered a lot of fans, especially from the Myanmar region, because they were really, really dominant, and on top of that, they create interesting content as well. So I'm sure the fans still miss that. But before we go on to more of the stats, let's check out the highlights from this round. And here we are with the current match ranking. So it's a confirmation. 8 eliminations for Harame Bros. Total of 18 points collected by them, followed by Hive International 11. Yaku Radicals 11 as well. Goat Esports 10. Sin 10. Wow, we got 5 teams with a double digit this time.
Oh, this is quite a different scene as compared to what we are always having, that we are all just seeing those double digit points in between teams from rank 1 to rank number 4. So now with Sin also getting those 10 points, that is something that would probably, of course, change the storyline for now. But for the rest of the teams, I'm not quite sure what happened onto that next part. But it is just quite evident for this match number 11 that Bros were very aggressive. At the same time, with YG having those 9 eliminations in their bag, that they are really still on fire. And for the past 2 matches, that was Goat Esports taking 0 in the bag. Now it is time to quick for this match.
And somebody called the fire department. It hasn't been slowing down. Oh no, it's a blaze right now. Oh man. Well, we got to check out the overall soon because KE, as what we see here on screen, they only managed to collect 2 points. So the top 3 spots again might change, including 214, only 2 points collected by them. APG, only 1 point. NX, only 1 point. So again, the closest contenders, they have all been eliminated fairly early in this round. So the gap surely will extend again beyond 50 points.
Exactly. But looking at the overall rankings right here, ooh, 147, 91, that's 56 points in between YG and the Bros right here. But at least Bros are slowly now getting back on track, and let's see if they are going to be able to close the gap even further with YG later on onto our match number 12. But for KE, that is just 2-point difference in between them and the Bros, and 3 points for NX and KE, 1 point between Hive and NX, 4 points in between Hive and 214, 1 point between 214 and PBMS, 4 points between APG and PBMS. You know, this just will go on, and it's just a single digit difference from top number 2 up until top number 13. So 14, 15, 16, that is still quite a far journey for them before tops number 2 and 13. Up until 13, that is quite easy to do. Just after 1.5 games, they could be able to catch up.
Well, highlight number for me is APG only has 8 placement points when they are on the first half of the page. So it's something for them to consider on how to survive a bit longer. They have 1 more game to go today to consider as we take a short break before we head on to Miramar. All right, that was fast. Well, we kept it short for you guys out there. Of course, we can't wait for the final game to see what happens here. It's going to be Miramar. And just to summarize again, number 2 onwards, everybody is just exchanging places with each other. And that's always good news for Young Radicals.
Exactly. They're just, watching from above, like, okay, fight there, guys. We're just going to be here. We're untouchables. We're on top of the food chain. We're on top of that pyramid. So for YG, again, I know you guys, for all the fans, you've been enjoying us talking about them. But of course, for their teams, this is also in itself a push for them to be talked about in the latter parts of the game. But of course, this is already the latter part of the day. So day number 2, we have your Miramar map coming right up.
And here is Miramar, the last game of day number 2. Before we wrap things up, and we look forward to day number 3. Flight path. This time it's going to start from Prison towards La Cabrera. It's going to be on the left side of the map. So teams that I drop on the right will need to travel quite a bit. T-Max, one of them. They like to drop in Lost Learners. So they got to travel to their regular drop spot. Same goes for Titan Quick Esports, normally in Impala. So Titan Quick Esports, from what we see, they're going to get an early drop towards Minas de Sur / Patona. And they might bump into Fearless Esports.
They might bump into Girls Esports right there. So that is really, really, really interesting. But again, what is intriguing to all of us is that we want to see that circle shift away. Of course, to give a bit of that challenge, a bit of that spice to everyone as we end our final day. So let's see what will happen right here. But with the movement of everyone else, we have two players right in the middle of that spot. Chumacera, which is always taken by Kill Enemy, will now be challenged by Guardian of Angels.
And circle-wise, it's going to be a nice kind circle in the middle of the map. I'm good. I want to see, like what you said, zooming in on to Chumacera, we're going to see KE potentially losing D2K very, very early on. Again, KE, one of those teams that at some point was challenging for the number one, and to lose D2K at this very stage. Again, I have a lot of questions.
We do have a lot of questions right here, but for Goa, at least that is the first point for them right here for Clay Jr. onto our Kill Enemy. Probably Kill Enemy wasn't expecting Goa to challenge the drop spot right here. So I guess that is quite unfortunate for Kill Enemy because they are the ones on that third spot having that closer chance to overtaking Bros and then eventually YG or getting nearer to YG. So let's see how would that turn out. Before GFS, they're still doing that same thing. Everyone probably is just in their looting phase, but GFS Shackle has a chance onto knocking down 214, and he attempted to do so but was not successful.
And he was pretty low on his bullets as well, so he can't go trigger happy. Newbies would take over that mission. There's Mini 14 trying to get the players of 214 and 214. They drive away to the sunset.
They drive away right there. And speaking of drive away, they need, of course, all of those vehicles, most especially here in the map of Miramar. So that could also bring them that challenge later on of getting those vehicles, most especially if there are also contenders in that same spot. But for 214, I think they have a good chance right here. Most especially them being on that sixth spot, and we also have seen their winner chicken dinner earlier. I'm just hoping that they eventually get back on track as well. And Hive being on that fifth spot, I think they were quite quiet and quite consistent during the past matches that they are now surprisingly on the fifth spot.
Oh yeah, welcome back to the top 5 Hive International. We've been missing you. They were in like page number 2, number 10 at some point, and now again they're climbing it. They're climbing back up. One more thing that I want to pay attention to is that whether my theory is proven right. Like only Young Radicals scores more than 100 points and no one else does. So the closest one obviously is Harame Bros right now. They're at 9 points to be in the 100-point mark. So let's see if that happens. So that's something I want to keep an eye.
Exactly. And at the same time, Kill Enemy, they are just a few points away. That's 11. Although that is also going to be difficult. Probably getting that third spot in 6 eliminations could be possible. So let's wait for those moments, final moments inside of match number 12. But for Goa, I actually commend them for trying to go all out and trying to challenge our Kill Enemy right here, because that is what they exactly need. That aggressiveness and those early elimination points.
Yeah. And okay, so to have my theory in effect, it is for the bottom teams to perform, to take away all those points, besides of course the usual Younger Radicals to also perform as well. But if the bottom teams are able to take away those points, then we're talking, and when we say bottom means like page 2 onwards, like let's say even APG onwards. then we're talking about like, okay, no one else gets 100 points, and that will be insane.
Insane indeed. And, those are the things that we want to see. But I'm quite torn actually between wanting to see that and wanting to see bros, get a bit more closer to YG or even KE. Again, we've been talking about this the whole day for the entirety of the 6 matches. We are pushing everyone else. We are pushing them to their limits to unleash that potential into trying their best to challenge Young and Galacticus, to make Young and Galacticus stop at what they're doing right here. But YG is still YG. They're still getting all those points. They're still being very consistent, while at the same time having that relaxation mode on to their side. So pressure is real. Again, as I mentioned earlier on the overall rankings, is from top number 2 to top number 13.
Well, as much as we would want to see certain things happen, at the end of the day, it's beyond our control.
Yep.
So we'll just enjoy it as it is. If it does happen, then we're like, okay. If it doesn't, then okay. So it depends on what the situation is. Just like how whatever that's happening right now inside the Chumacera, the fight continues on, involving KE and Goa. So looking at the current situation, Goa, they do have the numbers, but they don't really have maybe the confidence to push KE yet.
Mm-hmm. At least they're having that, change of strategies right now, but I want them to do not have any more of that hesitation. Just push and push. Oh, like that. Yes, push down our KE right here. And that would be them taking one more for the count. That would be Clay Jr. taking 2 eliminations already. But he needs to heal up right away. And that Molly almost damages him as well from afar. But KE Kaya was spotted by Goa Jeffrey. But I was just quite late. A set of bullets coming on to his end. So Goang Happy Cow here also wants to go around trying to find Kei Kaya in the process.
And he's looking for it. He sees his target. He shoots. Not yet scoring it. Ngapek Cow pretty low. He has to go up to the second floor to heal up. And now the other player starting to come in. We've got number 2 coming in. And he will be the one to knock his opponent down. One more to go for KE. On the other side, it's going to be Davan all alone. And they finish off Davan. KE gets eliminated.
I'm just proud. I'm proud of Goa right here. Look at that. They're also proud of themselves going for those spam shots onto the crates of our kill enemy. It's just a very proud moment for me as they are struggling here in the grand final. So those 4 eliminations, those 4 early kills hopefully gives them that needed boost.
Oh yeah, if not, again, it's going to be the same story for them. They'll be stuck at number 16. So you don't want to be at the dreaded number 16. What will help them even more is that the fact that the circle does pull away and it is on top of Chumacera. So they still get stage number 2 circle. They can now take their time to reset and reload after that long-lasting fight.
Exactly. And with Kill Enemy, resting very early for today, not quite sure if how that would affect their scores because as we all know, Nexus Vanguards is just, right around the corner, Hive International as well, 2-4 and so on and so forth. So with KE being out of the game very, very early, that gives them a bit of that space to claim that 3rd spot in an instant, most especially for NX.
Well, I know how that will affect our theory.
Yep.
Bottom team getting the 4 points. Top team eliminated. So that's one. That's already one.
Again, this is interesting. That had been one of my most used word here during this day number 2, because a lot of things are fairly interesting. Well, minus the fact that of course YG had been there for the longest time, and now we have more teams challenging each other. That would be Bros onto Goat and Goat onto BG. So Goat Esports has 2 different sets of opponents right here, and that is also Hive International just within that vicinity as well. So Goat Esports having the worst time of their moments. Everyone else has their eyes on them.
And Hive International is on the other side. Hype International, they might want to take advantage of this situation. Dale cooking up his nade. Probably lobbed it into the warehouse. Nobody's home. Maybe he's still all right. He managed to back up. And his teammate is still bleeding. Okay, his teammate is back up. Now, Chill Guy managed to reset back to 80% of health. While Hype International, they're taking the time in approaching this warehouse.
And as they're approaching this warehouse, we are not sure if they're really gonna go for that push or will they just take a step back as we're seeing it. Hivedale is actually just getting back to the compound where they are at earlier on, and now just seeing things from a bigger picture from that distance. Hivedale just waiting for that moment wherein BG could actually start and initiate that battle onto Goat Esports, going for that nade. Just a little bit of that splash damage, but with not enough damage for them to be taken down. Now BG Rondo also spotted Hive International from that compound and now actually diverting their attention onto them.
And we also pay attention to the circle. So it's going to close right now. There's still a little bit of Chumacera, but mostly on the open area on the outside of Picado, where a lot of teams are currently at, playing in the middle of it, including a Goat, Hype International, and also Burmese Goals somewhere in the middle of the circle. So they have no big reason for them to really push their opponents now, since everyone's pretty comfy in the circle.
Comfy inside the circle, just like how comfy YG is sitting on top. Meanwhile, looking at GFS right here, just driving by that middle area we're in. BG was taking that earlier on. At the same time, the one that we were looking at earlier on, also Goat Esports and Hive International. So for GFS, they just secured this compound all for themselves while waiting for the other teams to also join the circle. Quite a quiet moment for everyone else on our 12-minute mark. We just have seen that battle went on between Goa and KE, but the rest are just trying to be much on the safer side.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a fairly nice circle, right? Like teams who have time to pick their best spots, take their time to rotate. They don't need to be in a rush for some of these teams, including 214 that we can see here on screen. They're still on the outside circle, but they're not in a rush. There's still a lot of space for them to play. And even on the mini-map, when they want to come in, there are a few teams in front of them, but the space is still manageable. Unless Greed does not escape those teams on the high ground, and he will not. And guess who got it? Smile.
Oh no, YG again? YG again? And they're not even done yet. That would be 214 Mitchie being secured, 214 MS being knocked down and secured, leaving us with only Yumi Boy with that golden Murado signature push. That would not be so much of a good push, as they will also be eliminated. Sir Cloud, we just have here Bro being the closest onto surpassing that 100-point mark, and after that would be NX and Hive, who needs a lot more.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, right? I'm looking at that. So 8 points more for Harami Bros. Now Sin, Rankit on his knees, and the blue is closing behind him. 10% of health left. Looks like he's leaving his loot behind for his teammate to pick up. But Wako knocked down by support, and the blue is now right on top of them. Sin might not survive this.
Sin Esports is on the verge of losing the rest of the squad. So that is Sin Caps. Still having much of his HP left, yes, together with Zinko, but with the movement of the circle, we're not sure if that is going to be easy for them to manage later on or to get inside of. But let's see right there. Ooh, not much of an easy circle for the side of Sin Esports, together with the likes of Fearless, as they would still need to meet Team Max and Time to Quick in order for them to have a portion of that safe zone.
And here comes the elimination feed involving Burmese Goals, taking out PBMS. And PBMS minor out, Skadi out, PBMS 2 players left. On screen, however, we'll shift over to APG. Now they might meet with GFS, Goodfellas, and they will charge in onto the compound where Newbies is at.
Oh, look at that. Nangx, though, will receive that nade coming in from Newbies, and the rest of APG will still have to fight through this battle. Oh no, what is happening with APG? This is GFS taking them down one by one. Top though will have that fall damage, and with additional points, and with those additional damage rather coming in from YG, taking down two more of our APG. Though newbies got knocked down, they're now on that push onto our Yangon Galacticus. I'm not sure what is happening with APG. This is quite unfamiliar to me.
Absolutely, right? Very, very different APG from what we've seen from the league stages. And APG now only one player left. It's going to be even harder for them to at least hit that 100-point mark because they need at least 24 points from their current state. Yakuza, because they will lose Smile, but that's okay. That's fine. Not going to be an issue.
Not gonna be an issue indeed for Yangon Galacticus losing one of their players. Even if they lose the full squad, nothing will actually change for YG. But those 7 eliminations would definitely push themselves a lot more towards the top of the leaderboard. So if this is gonna be the pattern for tomorrow, you know, I mean, there could still be a lot of things happening for the final battles, but with YG maintaining this and still wanting to, of course, get more of those eliminations, I mean, YG is a bit more nearer to getting that championship.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right. It's not like they're chilling out right now. They were still like, yes, we still have to play because of obligations. So rather than, just being chilling inside the game, emoting from circle one to the final
Mhm.
circle, might as well just go and have some fun, collect elimination points and all that. And by the time you know it, it's like, more than 10 points every round. It's just like that for YG, it seems.
Exactly. And at this point, they're just enjoying, as you've said. Probably again, they're just, having fun with everything that is happening. But for the rest, they're still on their knees, they're still on their toes, and they're still, trying their best to get all of those points that they can. And during these moments, it is quite nice to see them do and go all out, just like what Goa did earlier on. I'm still proud of them, by the way, for getting those 4 eliminations right in that bag. But right in the movement of the circle, who will this again go to? That is now the question right here. But PBMS and Bros being right in the middle, let's see if that would be beneficial for them later on.
With the circle onto Harami Bros, they stand a chance to
Mm.
gain enough elimination points to get, or gain enough points in general to get more than 100 points. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. That's still on our radar, ladies and gentlemen. On the outside of the circle, Hype International, 2 different teams, or maybe even 3 different teams in front of them now.
Hmm. Interesting right here because they will be having a hard time later on. Oh, look at this. YG onto APG. 2 teams who were very much near to each other before we started grand finals. Now they are 7 points in between, 7 ranks rather, or make that 6 ranks in between YG and APG. And getting that final blow onto APG, them resting right here, not even adding further points. Now going to a different battle right here is YG Romeo Boy. I'm just really, impressed by our Young Galacticus. Oh, not so much right now with YG Romeo Boy being secured. But Myrna Boy here trying to go for that peek onto GFS. And with that jump again, let's see how this will end up for YG.
Okay, only one left. Let's see if we can pull off something exciting here against 2 players of Goodfellas. 8 elimination points. No, looks like they will bow out with only 8 points this time, but it's fine. It's YG. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Let them, let them go out of the battle quite early, giving giving those points to the rest of the team. But they already took 8, so not really much of the eliminations to take for the others. But that play zone will actually take 1 for the count. But going back to what I mentioned earlier on, I am also really still very impressed with Yangon Galacticos. Look at those moments where they had 8 eliminations. They just went out of their comfort zone. They just went around, get those eliminations, and get some more, and get some more to the point of them being eliminated. So they're just pushing themselves to their limits, and that is the best thing about YG right here. But not of the best moments we are seeing with Fearless as they have one player down.
YG is basically doing the Julius Caesar.
Yep.
They came, they saw, they conquer.
Mm-hmm.
that's just on their mindset right now. But I want to see if Harmony Bros can actually conquer the 100 point mark now. They have not moved since that one elimination point, but on screen, Fearless Esports moving with that one elimination point, looking for more, trying to take out the members of Tiny Quick Esports in front of them behind the smoke.
Ooh, behind the smoke, battling with each other. Blue teams right here. Time to Quick versus our Fearless. 3 out of 4 of Fearless have a lot of their damages, or a lot of their health damages here onto their side. But Fearless Bozo would want to go for that push onto Time to Quick, just jumping his way through. But Time to Quick, we have your one player knocked down from their end, and still a full squad is up and alive for our Fearless. One more will be taken down onto Time to Quick. So this is highly favoring Fearless at this point.
And the circle also favors Harmony Bros. They still got the circle somewhere in the middle of it. On the other side, we have the Team Max now and Fearless Esports. Pop on the way to be revived. At the same time, Easy will get Astro X. So now 2 down on the knees for Fearless Esports.
For Fearless Esports right there, now with BG, Goat, and Hive right here, just trying their best to eliminate the rest in order for them to get inside the circle. But here, Hive Red not being able to go with his teammates towards the circle.
And speaking about the circle, the zone will close in 3 more seconds. 3 teams that we can see here on screen, they will need to get out of the sticky situation. Burmese Goals and Goat Esports. On the other side of it, none of them in the circle yet, especially for Goat Esports. It's almost the situation where they need to win these fights, but it's so difficult. The snake sent across, splash damage on the chill guy and Bunny, and another nade. Oh, this could be big, this could be big, this could be big! Knock it out, Bunny! Chill guy somehow is still surviving.
Still surviving at this point, but will he survive this one? Oh, yes, he still will. And Goat Bunny has that chance to be revived once more for BG will exits push as they are really just pushing Goat Esports to the back of that area we're in. The Blues are already chasing after that. Oh, not a good peek coming in from Lil Shalom. He almost got knocked down, but Goat Chill Guy here will not have that time to chill anymore.
Not at all, with the fact that the blue is onto him. And also eliminated. That's it. And that is the end for Goat Esports. Now, for Fearless Esports, they have Dale to deal with. Hype International.
Ooh.
1 nade on the Dale. A little bit of an overshot. Pop-off calling up for help. Astro X, who want to prioritize his teammate first.
Look at that. 7 eliminations for Fearless. Exactly what we were talking about. Those teams on the bottom getting those eliminations actually robs of those teams at the middle to gain more of those eliminations. Fearless Pop-Off just around and above Hivedale right here with 1 more nade damaging Dale. We have your Fearless Atrax for that push, and that will be it for our Hive International. Bros here with 93, still not so much for them, but from BG, that will be 1 more point.
And that is the end for Fearless Esports. But the brought in 9 eliminations, which is pretty commendable, I must say. However, not enough to overtake a Sin. But they still overtook Tiny Quick Esports, which is pretty okay. Now, for Goa, now it's their chance to try to overtake Tiny Quick Esports, but they have to put up a big performance. Perhaps starting it back again with Team Max this time.
That could be one of the possibilities right here as they are closest to each other as that circle closes in later on. They have their own targets and own focus right there, but for PBMS just being right in the middle, Bro Jibna as well, who are just right in the middle of the previous circle, will be taken down, though they have that compound within their side. Oh, that would also be favoring them once again as that circle shifts towards just right in the middle, but there's one team pushing them actually, which is Team Max.
Again, this kind of circle is so difficult for those teams on the outer side. Army Bros will now need to defend their ground. They managed to collect 3 elimination points now. Okay, they're 6 points away, but they also started to collect some points as well. So 5 points away from the 100 point mark for Army Bros. Army Bros defending the ground against Team Max, almost getting another target. And Jeffrey was the one to get the John.
Oh, nice one for our bros right here. 3 eliminations already. That was just 1 point in addition to what they had earlier. But Max Joseph, oh, look at that. Clever bro Gymnast spotting him together with bro Jappy. And he was quite unsuspecting at that point. He doesn't even know where the bullets were coming from. He probably has one more opponent right in front of him. So now with a nearer chance, Bros here already has 96. NX here has 88.
Okay, very high chance for Harmony Bros now to break the 100-point mark. Now it's going to be NX next if they can join the 100-point club as well. But the challenge is going to be getting into the circle next. Long-range fights happening. Now Goa coming in against PBMS. Nate on the Jeffrey takes a lot of damage. He has to back up to heal while Ngapika buys time for him. The zone takes out caps from Sen. Sen will lose another player. One more to go for Sen, and that's going to be cool eliminated. Number 6 without any elimination points.
If Rose here end up on that 4th spot, they already are going to secure that 100 points in the bag. But now the battle is on with our Nexus Vanguards, our Goa, and PBMS right in the middle. They also saw our BG from afar, but they're not going to go through. They're not going to go for that path right now, but rather focusing onto our Goa right here with Goa 22 being the last player left, and with that nade going from below and from the other side. He almost got secured at the same time, and with that overthrow of nade coming from the side of Nexus Vanguards, they are still going to be left alive.
And Harami Bros starting to show themselves a little bit more this time. Already 6
now.
elimination points for Harami Bros. 4 teams left right now for the next chicken dinner. And the next, they still haven't got themselves into the circle just yet. Spraying into the smoke, but nobody's home. In front of them, it's still going to be PBMS waiting, while Harami Bros looking to steal away more elimination points.
Oh no! This is going to be difficult in between these 4 teams. But one thing is for sure, Burrows already have 100 points by the end of this match, no matter if they end up on that 4th spot. So GG's and kudos to them for changing things and changing the storyline for our Harame Bro. And nice peek onto Nathan. That was actually a nice knockdown onto NX Gods.
At least a team scores that 100 point. Now let's see who will score this chicken dinner. Could it be Harame Bros with 3 chicken dinners? They still have the numbers here. But let's not forget about BG. BG also has 4 players. NX technically has 4, but 1 is currently down. Should be revived real soon. Okay, he's back up. They're back as a full squad now. Only Pretzel, fighter player for PBMS, going to find it rather difficult to take the spike, but he does not have to. You just need to prepare to defend. Now that they're creating that smoke bridge towards his shack.
Exactly, and with all of these that are happening on the screen right now, it's difficult to fight with several teams all at once. So it really all will just boil down to who will have that next battle right here, with PBMS Pretzel being pushed down by NXWTZ, and now they're taking that spot that he was taking earlier on. They need to heal up right away as Naughty was also knocked down. Most of the chances actually goes to BG and Bros, because of mainly with the numbers that they have here inside of the match. 6 elements right now for the Bros, and a lot more for the other teams. BG Liliatka, though, will be spotted here by NX, who already has 8 in the bag.
3 more games to go. 2 more teams to go as Jibna gets Zai. Nate locked across onto Burmese goals, putting a lot more pressure onto them. Jibna will finish off Naughty. And Burmese goes now. They need to save Yaka to be back as a 4, but they need to be careful of the nades as well from Harame Bros. Harame Bros. Now they are getting closer and closer towards Burmese goals. They are putting all their focus onto them. 1 nade, but then that nade a little bit off. But it's okay. Nathan will be keeping an eye on the Burmese goals, while the other 3 players of Harame Bros looking at NX instead.
Ooh, this is a good split coming in from our Harame Bro. All of the remaining teams are having that pink hue in their name tag, so this is nice from their view right here. NXI, though, will be spotted. We have that exchange in between those 2 teams to make that 1 more for NX, though WTZ is the last remaining player. Will he still survive? Nope, he doesn't, which leaves us to Harame Bro getting 1 more of the winner chicken dinner for today.
3 chicken dinners for Harame Bros. And you want to count the show match is for chicken dinners, but okay, I guess we can put that aside for now because it's 3 chicken dinners in the official matches for Harame Bros. Now it's going to be the big question. How close are they to the top? For sure, they would have gotten more than 100 points, but how far is it? How much hope do they have for the final day tomorrow to catch Young Galacticos?
Very interesting. So, at least there are teams who are heeding to our appeal to, get nearer to YG right here. So I believe they're slowly but surely getting there. And it's actually not only Rose who would go past that 100-point mark, but rather NX, I believe, at the same time. But let's now first check the winner chicken dinner team stats right here with 8 eliminations, adding on to the points that we had earlier, plus those 10 placement points. Bros are now back and they are on fire.
18 points collected by the Bros. Nicely done by them. Well, this gives them a bit more hope towards the final day that will happen tomorrow with the remaining 6 games. So anything can still happen. You never know. So it's something that we all need to stay tuned on for the final day tomorrow. 6 games left. Great work by Harame Bros. Everyone did really well towards the end and they survived towards the end as well, not giving away any points to the other teams. Before we head on to more of the stats, we will check out these highlights. And here are match rankings. So it's official. Harame Bros 18 points with the chicken dinner. NX still pretty nice. 16 points collected here. With Burmese Ghost 14 points. So that's the double-digit club up there. Young Radicals, well, they're still on page 1 even though they got eliminated without any placement points.
Yup, and for Fearless, they were very, very aggressive during those moments. So kudos to them. But unfortunately for the 5 teams who weren't able to get any during that match, that was good. Time to pick APG 214 and kill enemy. These players, these teams on 13, 14, 15, 16, these are those who are on top even for yesterday's battle. So, that's already a huge downfall for those teams right here for the final match. But we still have one final day tomorrow. But looking at this, Sir Cloud, the final overall rankings as of day number 2, YG with 155, Bros with 109, and NX with 102.
Yeah, 46-point difference between YG and Harame Bros now. Tomorrow will be pretty interesting to see if we can see a surprise. Even NX is only 50. Well, I sound only, but well, it's 53 points between them and YG. With 6 more games to go, well, mathematically, it's still possible.
Yep.
Anyway, here are our top 4 teams from this round. Harame Bros, NX, BG, and Goa up here.
GG's for these teams for, trying their best in that match. And that was quite evident for, of course, these top 4 teams with the likes of Goa coming from the bottommost part of the leaderboard. Again, I'm proud of the Guardians of Angels here. And I'm also proud, of course, for Bro Jibna getting that MVP title for that previous match with 3 eliminations, 725 damage, 208 damage taken, 30% team contribution, and 2819 survival time. So he was, of course, that star player into getting that winner in chicken dinner during those final moments here for Harame Bro.
Oh, absolutely. Big turnaround today for Harame Bros. And of course, Jibna is at the forefront of it, scoring half of the amount of chicken dinners today from our total matches of 6. So great work overall for Harame Bros on top of just Jibna himself. So let's see if Harame Bros can continue their run tomorrow.
Double thumbs up right there for Silk Cloud for our Harame Bros. So GG's to them and kudos that they were able to do that right here inside of our matches for day number 2. And just like as Techno says, they are not now stopping at nothing. They need to push through. They need to continue with all of those good games.
Yeah, stop at nothing, people. Stop at nothing. And you at home should stop at nothing to catch the final day as well, because we might see a surprise, we might not see a surprise, we don't know. Only tomorrow will tell. So it's something that you don't want to miss out. You don't want to miss out on that exact moment when things just happen.
Exactly. And this day had been a mix of everything. Of course, there are teams who went past their limits, just like Harame Bro, and now being here on the second spot is really a huge surprise for us and a huge leap for them. Exactly. And for YG still being on top, again, teams are slowly getting nearer to them, so they should not be complacent at the same time.
Yeah, not at all, not at all, not at all. Before this, it might seem like, they're going to run away with it because teams just exchange with each other and then they will just be happily at the front. But not this time. At least towards the end of the day, or at least in day number 2, we see Harame Bros really, really catching up right now. And they are in a gap that is still mathematically realistic for them to be able to catch Young Radical. So they cannot have those droppy rounds again, as what we've seen in maybe some of the few rounds here today.
Definitely. So, again, just really congratulating those teams who are still trying their best to be on top. And with that double thumbs up again from Sir Cloud, we all know that is the logo of the Harame Bro right there.
Yeah, this is the Harame Bros logo. In case anyone didn't notice that, it's somehow the double thumbs up. So yeah, great for them. And who knows as well, because maybe we might see other surprises. But no surprises here, because Alan Walker is back together with us for the PUBG Mobile 7th Anniversary music collaboration, and track number 1 is Faded. And I just noticed during the break time that on the PUBG Mobile social media, you can have a preview of how Faded actually sounds.
So they should check that out. But one more thing to check out, of course, is the Golden Moon event that anyone can enjoy right now. So don't forget to collect the Times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free. The Desert Boat Camel as well will be soon available in PUBG Mobile.
Yes, we can't wait for more action tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But for today, we're gonna end the show. Same time, same channel tomorrow. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful Aya Plays. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow for the grand finale day. Bye-bye.
got it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take today. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing. Do your thing, yeah. Whoa, yeah. Do your thing, yeah. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Breathe it in now, baby. Feel it in the air, we're free. Do your thing. We're so high off the good vibes. Yeah, we got it so